Mojang priangan, bersama jadi ciri nama mojang priangan. Lirik manis, lamun tetep seger. Saat teka goda ku mojang priangan. Karena diri pribadi nu sederhana. Mojang priangan tara komoda ku harta benda. Kata akibatna, somong cerina. Mojang priangan tetep teguh pribadina.
Lampihan cahayana dan dosan sederhana mojang priangan angkat ngagandeng bangun taya karendang nganggo sinjang di lamban mojang umat imut lucu surak seri nyari larak lirik kepan mojang priangan diraksukan kebayang lampihan cahayana dan dosan sederhana mojang priangan mun disanggu ayah mun disinjang lenjang mun dierot dina mojang diraksukan kebayang lampihan cahayana dan dosan sederhana mojang priangan garelis maranis disinjang lalenjang estu surup mun lempang mojang priangan digigirna eung diharepna sieu di tukangna enjang mojang priangan
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Sampurasun. Kurang semangat, Sampurasun. Oke.
Selamat pagi, Romo, Suster, Bapak, Ibu, tamu undangan, beserta hadirin sekalian. Yang terhormat, Romo Armadaryanto selaku Ketua Asosiasi Filsafat dan Teologi Indonesia dan jajarannya.
Romo Leonardus Samosir selaku Dekan Fakultas Filsafat dan jajarannya.
Romo Onesius Otenieli Daeli selaku Ketua Steering Komite dan jajarannya.
Wakil Rektor Bidang Kerjasama, Alumni Inovasi dan Bisnis, Ibu Katarina Badra Nawang Palupi, PhD.
Romo, Suster, Bapak, Ibu yang berbahagia, puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa karena atas karunia-Nya kita dapat berkumpul pada acara International Conference Reimagining Identity, the Particular and Beyond
yang dilaksanakan pada 8 dan 9 Maret 2024 di Bumi, Silih, Asih.
Kami ucapkan selamat datang kepada seluruh peserta konferensi. Saya Anti
Dan saya Albert akan memandu jalannya acara pada pagi hari ini.
Kita sudah membuka serangkaian acara dengan penampilan dari Listra. Listra atau Lingkung Seni Tradisional Unpar merupakan salah satu UKM di Unpar yang memiliki tujuan untuk melestarikan seni dan budaya lokal bangsa Indonesia. Listra telah memiliki segudang prestasi baik di kancah nasional maupun internasional.
Terima kasih juga kami ucapkan kepada Unpar, AFTI, Keuskupan Bandung, Keuskupan Bogor, dan PT Kanisius yang telah mendukung keberlangsungan acara ini. Konferensi ini merupakan bagian dari rangkaian Dies Natalis Unpar ke-70 di tahun 2025.
Hari ini adalah hari pertama konferensi yang terdiri dari 2 sesi dengan tema Reimagining Identity, the Particular and Beyond.
Sesi pertama, diskusi ini akan dilaksanakan dengan 2 pembicara, yaitu Ibu Dr. Saraswati Putri dari Universitas Indonesia dan Suster Gerardete Phillips, PhD dari Universitas Katolik Parahyangan. Lalu sesi kedua dengan 2 pembicara, yaitu Dr. Pius Mosima dari University of Bamenda, Kamerun, dan Father Profesor Dr. Gerard Welland dari Pontifical Gregoriana University, Roma.
Konferensi ini akan dibawakan dengan bahasa bilingual, bahasa Inggris dan bahasa Indonesia.
Kami mengingatkan bagi teman-teman yang mendokumentasikan dan menggugahnya ke sosial media, jangan lupa untuk tag Instagram FF Unpar.
Kami juga mengingatkan teman-teman yang akan mengisi tumblernya, air minum ada di dekat meja registrasi dan toilet berada di sebelah kiri dan kanan gedung ini.
Kami juga mengimbau kepada peserta untuk menjaga kebersihan area gedung ini.
Selanjutnya kita akan membuka kegiatan hari ini dengan ibadat pembuka yang akan dipandu oleh Bapak Dr. Bartolomeus Samho yang dilanjutkan dengan menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan himne Unpar. Kepada Bapak Samho kami persilakan.
Romo dan para suster, Bapak Ibu yang terkasih, sebelum mengikuti kegiatan seminar internasional Asosiasi Filsafat dan Teologi Indonesia, kita akan awali dengan ibadat pembuka.
Bersama melangkah, kita semua menghadap Tuhan, bertepuk tangan nyanyi sukaria, sebab besar kasih setianya. Angkatlah hati jiwa, mohon rahmat berlimpah, agar kita pun pantas berkenan kepadanya. Satukan kami umat-Mu ya Tuhan, dalam Kristus jadi satu warga, hingga kami sehati dan sejiwa memuliakan nama-Mu Tuhan.
Dalam nama Bapa dan Putra dan Roh Kudus.
Amin.
Semoga rahmat Tuhan kita Yesus Kristus, cinta kasih Allah, dan persekutuan Roh Kudus selalu beserta kita.
Sekarang dan selama-lamanya. Tuhan itu Allah kita umat-Nya, domba penggembalaannya. Bersorak-sorailah bagi Tuhan hai seluruh bumi, berbaktilah kepadanya dengan gembira. Dialah pencipta dan kita miliknya, kita umat-Nya, domba penggembalaannya. Bersyukurlah kepadanya, pujilah namanya, sebab Tuhan itu baik. Kemuliaan kepada Bapa dan Putera dan Roh Kudus. Tuhan itu Allah kita umat-Nya, domba penggembalaannya.
Siapa mendidik seorang pencemooh, mendatangkan pencemooh kepada dirinya sendiri. Dan siapa mengecam orang fasik, mendapat cela. Janganlah mengecam seorang pencemooh, supaya engkau jangan dibencinya. Kecamlah orang bijak, maka engkau akan dikasihinya. Berilah orang bijak nasihat, maka ia akan menjadi lebih bijak. Ajarilah orang benar, maka pengetahuannya akan bertambah. Permulaan hikmat adalah takut akan Tuhan, dan mengenal Yang Maha Kudus adalah pengertian. Demikianlah sabda Tuhan. Kita hening sejenak. Marilah kita daraskan doa Bapa kami bersama-sama. Bapa kami yang ada di surga, dimuliakanlah namamu, datanglah kerajaanmu, jadilah kehendakmu di atas bumi seperti di dalam surga. Berilah kami rejeki pada hari ini, dan ampunilah kesalahan kami, seperti kami pun mengampuni yang bersalah kepada kami. Dan janganlah masukkan kami ke dalam pencobaan, tetapi bebaskanlah kami dari yang jahat. Bapa yang maha bijaksana, kami bersyukur atas segala rahmat yang senantiasa Kau berikan kepada kami. Terutama pada kesempatan kali ini, kami dapat berkumpul bersama dalam rangkaian acara konferensi internasional. Semoga seluruh rangkaian acara yang akan kami laksanakan ini dapat berjalan dengan baik. Dan melalui kegiatan ini, semoga semakin banyak orang mengalami hikmat kebijaksanaan yang sungguh berasal daripadamu. Semua doa dan permohonan ini kami serahkan ke hadirat-Mu dengan perantaraan Yesus Kristus Tuhan kami. Amin. Dan bersama.
Para peserta dimohon untuk berdiri.
Indonesia
Para peserta diharapkan untuk duduk kembali. Selanjutnya, sambutan dari Ketua Asosiasi Filsafat dan Teologi Indonesia oleh Romo Armada Rianto. Kepada Romo Armada, kami persilahkan.
So, the gathering of the today, we may select Indonesian language or English. So I prefer to select Indonesian. Yang pertama tentu distinguished professors, esteemed colleges, beloved students and honor guests, and also my dear rectors, and especially those rectors who followed this meeting from across the country. Good morning, everybody. Jadi atas nama Asosiasi Filsafat Teologi Indonesia, saya tentu dengan sangat gembira menyambut Anda sekalian di dalam gathering ini sebagai Ketua Asosiasi Filsafat Teologi Indonesia dan juga seluruh rekan yang mungkin mengikuti online atau sekitar itu dimanapun berada. Perkenankan saya atas nama seluruh Theological and Philosophical Department dan juga STFT dan institusi yang langsung terkait dengan FT ini mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Profesor Tri Basuki Yuwono, Presiden dari Parahyangan University, dan tentu yang hadir di sini diwakili oleh Ibu Pembantu Rektor 3. Terima kasih kepada Romo Leo Samusir, OSC, dan timnya yang sungguh-sungguh telah mempersiapkan segalanya. Thanks for this tremendous organization of this gathering. Tentu ucapan terima kasih juga kepada para mahasiswa yang dari Fakultas Filsafat atau sekitar itu yang berkenan hadir, dan juga rekan-rekan dari Universitas dan Fakultas Filsafat maupun Teologi yang tergabung dalam AFTI. Jadi pertemuan ini itu merepresentasikan tentang apa yang disebut esensi dari Asosiasi Filsafat Teologi Indonesia, yaitu dialog, kolaborasi, dan juga enlightenment ya, dalam bidang filsafat dan teologi. Tentu saja semuanya itu dipersembahkan, dibaktikan kepada para mahasiswa, ya, agar di dalamnya para mahasiswa betul-betul bisa dikembangkan di dalam pertemuan ini. Ucapan terima kasih tentu saja diajukan kepada para profesor, speakers di sini yang hadir adalah Suster dan juga Ibu atau Mbak Saraswati dari UI. Kehadiran Anda tentu menjadi berkat bagi kami, dan kedua profesor dari Kamerun dan juga dari Gregoriana. tema yang diambil oleh organizers adalah reimagining identity, the particular and beyond. Nah, ini terus terang tema yang sangat sulit. Ya, saya sendiri juga tentu masih membayangkan apa yang akan dibicarakan. Ya. Kalau melihat, tapi saya tahu memang inilah seringkali yang terjadi bahwa filsafat itu memang sulit. Gitu. Kalau sulit kenapa harus dipermudah, gitu logikanya. Tapi saya percaya filsafat itu memiliki tanah, ya, memiliki tanah. Dan kita juga sudah melihat di pembukaan ada tari-tarian, jadi you may feel and smell the cultural vibes, katakanlah begitu, dari gathering ini, or cultural scent. Anyway, mari kita membuka hati dan pikiran untuk suatu penziarahan filosofis dan teologis di tema ini yang akan dibimbing oleh para speakers. Dan biasanya tentu saja saya sebagai Ketua AFTI bertugas membuka. So with the spirit of open-mindedness and with the how do you call that, the enlightenment of the Holy Spirit, coming of the Holy Spirit, I declare that this meeting officially open. Thank you.
Selanjutnya, sambutan dari Wakil Rektor Bidang Kerjasama, Alumni, Inovasi dan Bisnis, Ibu Katarina Badra Nawang Palupi, PhD. Untuk Ibu Katarina, kami persilahkan.
Oke, terima kasih dan selamat pagi. Saya terlalu pendek nampaknya. Oke, ini dalam ya sama pertanyaannya sama dengan Romo Armada. So, good morning our distinguished speakers, guests, and and all the audience who are coming to this event, especially our honorable speakers who comes here, Ibu Saraswati Putri and Sister Kera, and also the speakers who come online, Dr. Pius Mosima and Professor Kera, Father Profesor Kera. Saya lanjutkan dalam bahasa Indonesia dalam sambutan ini. Terima kasih juga kepada Bapak Dekan, Pastor Leo, kok Bapak lagi Pastor Leo, Ketua AFTI, Romo Armada, dan steering committee maupun organizing committee yang diketuai oleh Pastor Ote dan seluruh tim, para hadirin yang ada di sini. Saya pertama-tama mengucapkan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Rektor yang tidak bisa hadir pada hari ini karena ada acara lain di kampus Jomluit. Tapi Profesor Tri Basuki Juwono pada hari ini juga mengucapkan selamat atas kegiatan ini dan kolaborasi yang dilakukan oleh AFTI, Unpar dan juga dengan Keuskupan Bandung dan Bogor dalam International Conference and Call for Paper Imagining Identity, the Particular and Beyond. Saya sendiri sangat tertarik sebenarnya dengan tema ini, apalagi pada saat kita bicara soal kondisi volatility, VUCA atau volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity yang terjadi dan seluruh dinamika yang terjadi dalam kondisi masyarakat saat ini. Reimagining the identity merupakan sesuatu topik bahasan yang akan sangat menarik dalam segala perspektifnya. Semoga konferensi yang dijalankan pada 2 hari ini dan besok, bisa semakin membuka wawasan dan juga memperkuat segala citra, image, dan identity yang kita miliki untuk pengembangan baik personal maupun pengembangan organisasi dan komunitas. Terima kasih sekali lagi kepada komite panitia yang sudah menyelenggarakan kegiatan pada hari ini, dan berharap semua berkat bagi kita dan juga pengembangan bagi kita semua untuk diabdikan kepada masyarakat. Selamat pagi dan terima kasih.
Selanjutnya, sambutan dari Ketua Steering Komite Romo Onesius Oteneli Deli. Kepada Romo Ote kami persilahkan.
Our distinguished guests and speakers and also participants who are here present, we are all happy to welcome you here in BSA, Bandung Silih Asih, to follow our program, our international program of AFTI together with the Unpar University. I will try to explain a little bit about our title, our theme, Reimagining Identity, the particular and beyond. Everybody has identity. A person identity is constructed by culture because all of us, men and women, are cultural beings. That we live together, and then social background, social environment also constructed, shape our identity. And these layers of identity can tell us who we are in front of others, in front of our environment. That's why the objectives of this international conference are being able to gain a better understanding how authenticity relates to any cultures. And second, being able to identify fellowship and affiliation. And the third, being responsible for cultural affiliation, past, present, and future commitments. So, my brothers, all participants, speakers, and our distinguished guests, as committee members, we hope that all participants will be able to find valuable inspiration from these materials, the materials from our speakers and also from discussion, so that the objectives of this international conference can be achieved. So thank you to AFTI for giving Unpar the opportunity to host the international conference this year. It's also part of our celebration of Dies Natalis Unpar, 70 years of Unpar. And also thank you to all friends in committee, both SC and OC, and also thank you to sponsor, namely Unpar, Bandung Diocese, Bogor Diocese, and also PT Canisius. And also finally, we thank you to all speakers, those speakers who are here in BSA and also our speakers online, Father Gerald Willan Jesuit, and also Professor Dr. Mosima. Yeah. Thank you to all of you, and we hope you enjoy this international conference during these 2 days. Identity opens space to know each other and to be known. That's why I hope you enjoy this event through reimagining your own identity. Thank you and good morning.
Terima kasih kepada Romo dan Ibu yang telah memberikan sambutan.
Sebelum memulai sesi pertama, akan ada penampilan dari Paduan Suara Mahasiswa Unpar. PSM Unpar merupakan UKM di Unpar yang bergerak dalam bidang musik dan bidang tarik suara. Berbagai penghargaan baik tingkat nasional maupun tingkat internasional telah diraih oleh paduan suara ini. Untuk itu kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah kepada PSM Unpar.
Pusaka abadi nan jaya, Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja, dipuja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata. Sungguh indah tanah air beta, tiada bandingnya di dunia. Karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Indonesia ibu pertiwi, kau ku puja, kau ku kasihi. Tenagaku bahkan pun jiwaku kepadamu rela ku beri. Tokecang bala gendir tos blong angan kacang sapa pendil kosong dum 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 jangkung alit karangan di napipina masigit katingang jangkung alit karangan di napipina tokecang kacang tong tokecang bala gendir kosong cang tokecang cang sapa pendil kosong ayah listrik di masigit menicaang ketinggalna ayah istri jangkung alit karangan di napipina ayah listrik di masigit menicaang ketinggalna ayah istri jangkung alit karangan di napipina Tokecang bala gendir tos blong angan kacang sapa pendil kosong ayah listrik di masigit menicaang ketinggalna ayah istri jangkung alit karangan di napipina tokecang
Berbuah sawiturwarnya bergore wasrimahi doyonat racodayad
Janger kopiah epong pong kopiah sededopong kopiah sedopong Sria jangeran di tengah arah ijajangi janger kopiah epong kopiah sede pada dopong kopiah dopong Sria ngirim jangeran di jabat tengah tung 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 ja pong ja Jajajar, 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 jajajar. Anak hijau jajajar, jangir, jangir, kopya, pong, kopya, pong, kopya, dopya, dopong, sria, srio. Ngirim berjangiran di Jawa Tengah, ting, 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 ting. Ja 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 janger.
Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah lagi kepada PSM Unpar. Memasuki acara sesi pertama, diskusi dengan tema Reimagining Identity, The Particular and Beyond akan dilaksanakan dengan dua pembicara dan akan dimoderatori oleh Ibu Kristining Seva.
Ibu Kristining Seva adalah dosen di Unpar, mengajar berbagai mata kuliah lintas program studi seperti Cognitive Science, Pendidikan Pancasila, English for Public Administration, juga terlibat berbagai pengabdian dan penelitian sosial. Oke. Kepada Ibu Seva kami persilakan.
Father, Madam, and Sir, and students, good morning and welcome to today's seminar about reimagining identity, the particular and beyond. My name is Seva. I'll be your moderator for the first session's discussions. To give you an overview of what we are going to discuss, we'll be covering the discussion regarding identity in the point of view of philosophy and theology, which covers some of these topics: the existence of individuals in community, interculturality as a mode of being in modern society, developing a methodology of doing theology based on local wisdom, theological reflections on the meaning and the significance of identity, on being Christians within the complexity of urban society. We also have some time for questions, comments, and answers at the end of the presentations. Throughout the seminar, we encourage you to take notes and hold your questions until the end of the presentations. You can also ask in Bahasa Indonesia. And then I will welcome our two beautiful ladies as the speakers, Ibu Saras and Sister Jera. Okay, without any further explanations, let's dive into today's discussions. Now, before hearing from our first speaker, Ibu Saraswati Putri, allow me to mention the outstanding recaps on her CV. She graduated from Cultural Sciences faculty at Indonesian University, majoring in philosophy. She is a renowned expert on philosophy and has published several books and articles on this subject. She has authored a total of 4 books. The initial literary works is a collection of poetry named Jiwa Putih, published in 2004. The second book is a non-fiction publication on human rights that was released in 2006 in partnership with the European Union. The third book is titled Cinta Bukan Coklat and was published in 2010. And the most recent book, released in 2015, is titled Ecophenomenology. She's also a professor of philosophy of environment, Eastern philosophy, human rights and philosophy, ethics, and so many others at the Indonesia University. And what surprised me even more is she's a prominent singer, as well with one famous album titled Lembayung Bali and several singles. Please join me in welcoming Ibu Saraswati Putri. The floor and the time is yours, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sefa. This is such a pleasure to meet all of you, sister. And of course, I want to greet everybody this morning. Such a lovely day today in Bandung. I want to say hi to Romo Armadarianto as the head of AFTI, of course, Romo Leo, and then Romo Ote, and then one of the most prominent thinker for me and who has influenced me very much, Professor Bambang. Such a pleasure to meet you again today. And Ibu Katarina and everybody, all of the students and audience that are here and coming into this great discussion, especially talking about identities these days. I've prepared my presentation, and hopefully it can be shown in the screen. Okay. I want to. The title of my presentation this morning is Reimagining Identity, and I'm inspired. Recently, I experienced the loss of my grandmother, and my grandmother and my grandfather raised me, and they were teachers living in Bali, and it is such a. It is, in a way, it is a grief to such a sadness to lose those figures, especially my grandmother. But what I realized, I had this profound experience to participate in the ritual ngaben, or the Balinese traditional, ritual to cremate the remains of the departed. So in ngaben, the Balinese Hindu ceremony, what I felt was that this experience was not a journey back to my roots, but also it's a vivid illustration of how the intricate ways of our social, of our ecological, and also the religious practice that they are interwoven, weaving together, shaping the identities in the process. And I want to share my outline. And in this outline, as you can see, I've made it into 4 parts. In the first part, I want to share all of you about the complex consciousness living in the time of pain and grief, and living in between worlds of the modern and the traditional. And I want to talk about that and some of the approach that I've studied um, phenomenologically as a subject, as a Balinese, but also as an individual learning and as an academia learning philosophy. And then the second part, I want to invite everybody to think about identity, but not in the sense only as a social and social or ethical and political in between humans only, but also how we understand politics that is interlocking with our biodiversity. And the third part, I want to talk about, of course, the challenges for us today living in this turbulent time, but also in this digital era where apparently, reality is content, and everything is about content making and how we are obsessed to make content. So I want to talk a little about that. And for the last part, I want to share all of you some of the good practices and critical practices that's been done by local people in Bali and also in NTT. So those are like some of the parts that I want to share, and maybe later on we can discuss. I've actually made some notes, otherwise I'll be taking a lot of your time, sister, so I'm so as I said, the inspiration for this talk started with my recent loss. Losing my grandmother was a very hard experience for me, but going through the ritual ngaben or the Balinese Hindu cremation, what I feel that ngaben is a threefold act. So dia adalah suatu aktivitas yang memiliki tiga bagian atau tiga lipat. This threefold, socially, it is a communal gathering, bringing together families and friends and the wider community in a shared ritual that underscores the Balinese ethos of mutual support and social cohesion. It is also a powerful reminder of how our identities are shaped not in isolation but in the fabric of community and collective memory. So for 2 weeks, we would share the grief together with all the villagers, all the indigenous people, as we call it Desa Adat, and I came from Desa Adat Sumerte. And so for those 2 weeks, the grief become not an individual grief, not also a familial grief, but it becomes the village grief. So even when the last part, when my grandmother's remain was carried all through the village by hundreds of people, that made me think that there is no the absolute isolation in this reality. In a way, it comforted me that we are not truly alone in this world. But in another part, ecologically, ngaben or the cremation reflects also a deep respect for the natural world, embodying principles that resonate with contemporary ecological concern. Because in the last part, after the body has been cremated, the remain will be returned to the ocean. So the use of natural materials and the emphasis on the cyclical nature of life and death echo the Balinese understanding of man's relationship with nature. It is a poignant example of how traditional practices can offer insights into sustainable living, reminding us the ecological dimension of our identities. Through the lens of ngaben ceremony, we can see how identity is a complex tapestry woven from the threads of our social interactions, ecological awareness, and religious belief. It reminds us that that to understand identity, we must look beyond the individual to the broader cultural and environmental contexts that shape us. And for the next part, I want to share with you how strange it is to be traditional in an urban and modern, fast-living life that we are living right now. I hope to explore further how such ceremonies and traditions inform our understanding of identity in rapidly changing world. It was such a sweet rendition just now, the songs and the dances, and in Janger is one of the most popular folk song in Bali, and in the beginning it was really sweet that everybody was singing Janger, but in the beginning there's the Gayatri Mantra. If you've heard the Gayatri Mantra, it is the prayers that the Hindu Bali recite every 3 times a day, hopefully more, but 3 times a day. And in the next part of my discussion, I want to talk about that strange connections between the past, to this moment and then the future. I like to delve into the oscillation of consciousness, a phenomenon I liken to the motion of pendulum. So I use the analogy of a pendulum here, and how the swinging between the realms of modernity and then also tradition, we're trying to escape from the trap, the trap of duality, but in this example, as you can see, I've put how to understand Parihyangan or God in Hindu belief, but also nature, alam or palemahan in the Balinese word, and then also pawongan or between people. So this oscillation is how I could imagine, how we are trying to reimagine our identity, that there is no truly the isolation of the I or the individual, because the individual constantly within the consciousness or the breath of nature, within the social, and also within God. So Trihitakarana, of course, this is I've taken this, I reinterpret in my this is my take on how we imagine those very complex identities that not necessarily being solid or finalized, but continually swinging and changing. So this I propose a more intimate ethics, a way of living that acknowledges our profound interconnections with others and with nature. This ethical approach transcends conventional boundaries, urging us to consider the moral implication of our actions in a deeply interconnected web of existence. It's this intimate ethics. Of course, this intimate ethics that I've been talking about, it's not solely in the Trihitakarana, but also in a lot of philosophical teachings by Martin Buber, for example, that truly influenced me in imagining how we escape the duality of I and it, but also the relation between I and thou. So by embracing this intimate ethics, we're trying to open ourselves to a life that is not only lived in harmony, but with other, but also in a deep, respectful engagement with the world around us. And this interconnectedness is also within all beings and the planet, making ethical choice that support communal well-being and the ecological sustainability. And for the next part, I want to discuss about how we understand politics nowadays and the meaning of politics today in this really topsy-turvy kind of life. And I made this this illustration with the help of AI. It's a post-structuralist depiction of the rhizome. So it's a very interesting collaboration with artificial intelligence. But I want to talk about how we could understand a political discourse that incorporates also the biodiversity, because I've inspired by rhizome. And I was thinking that how we seek the profound inspiration from nature, and this pivot is very crucial because we are in a critical time to save our surroundings and to save what is left in our planet. So it is not a matter of choice, I think, but it's a matter of urgency and exigency for us to change or to broaden our political understanding. So by weaving biodiversity into the fabric of our political discourse, we endeavor to foster a more inclusive and holistic ethos, one that acknowledges and respects the intricate web of life. And the foundation of this expanded perspective is the recognition that our destinies are, our destiny, really sweet, are intertwined with the myriad form of life, on our planet. So biodiversity in this sense, with its complex interdependency, serve not only as the bedrock of ecological health, but also as a wellspring of inspiration for sustainable living and governance. To deepen, I borrowed the term deep because it's not mine. It's by Arne Næss, a Norwegian philosopher that introduced to the world the idea of deep ecology or ekologi mendalam. So it's to deepen our politics. And how to shift paves the way for policies and practices that are not only inspired by the resilience, diversity, and creativity of nature. Yes, nature is very creative, but are also committed to safeguarding these qualities for future generation. And the third part, one of my contemplation last night is about how we are so infatuated with our gadgets. It becomes not only the extension of ourselves, but sometimes we can imagine, losing ourselves, but we might not imagine losing our cell phone. And it is a very complex that we are still, it is still an unknown future for us. Thus, philosophical interrogation to this problem is very important. I want to talk about how the pervasive influence of technology and social media, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy with the development in our digital innovations, but we must tread very carefully because that's what philosophers do, always being skeptical, and sometimes it's for the best. Drawing on insight from thinkers like, I've read recently Nicholas Kardaras, he wrote about digital madness, and then Byung-Chul Han, the Korean, now living and teaching in Germany, Byung-Chul Han about the burnout society. These thinkers provide a critical lens through which we can examine the excessive impacts of social media and digital consumption. and highlighting the need for a balanced approach to our engagement with digital spaces. What's interesting about Kardaras, he talked about one of this phenomenon called the Facebook depression, meaning you can have hundreds and even thousands of friends in online, but it exacerbates the sense of loneliness and even depression. So I think is it my time almost up, Ibu Sefa? Is it almost? I still have time? Okay. So this is such a realization because the now generation, they're the digital native. Some of you, most of you are the digital native, that you were born with these structures. And but I want you to also imagine how we can try to put a balance between living in the now and living in the screen, and not only focusing in content, but how to have a meaningful and also real encounter with others. So in my last part, this is a picture of a dandelion, and as I said earlier, some of my inspiration comes from nature. I took a lot of the likings of weeds, and then wildflowers, dandelion that lived on the streets, on the concrete streets, and I borrowed the term concrete utopia. It's from the French philosopher Etienne Balibar, and he was very influenced by Michel Foucault in talking about utopia and reimagining identity, the courage to reimagining our identities for the purpose of salvation, for the purpose of in the Balinese term is jagaditaya, so the salvation of all. It takes courage, and it's sometimes deemed as utopia, and utopia sometimes utopis itu sering digunakan untuk meminggirkan dan merendahkan bahkan bahwa utopia itu sebagai sesuatu yang mustahil untuk dilakukan. Tetapi untuk Michel Foucault, dia mengatakan bahwa heterotopia dan munculnya banyaknya ruang-ruang dan imajinasi terhadap ruang-ruang itu adalah wujud dari kebebasan dan karya individu. So I was reminded by this and how it influenced Etienne Balibar to think about our public spaces that are infused with the dream of equality, peace, not only tolerance, but how to understand that it is our nature to be different, and how to take care those differences as a part of our identity. So I think in this last part, I want to show you two practices. Very shortly, I want to show you two practices that I've been engaged with. And the first one, as I read in the subtopics, you are talking also about counterculture and counter-narrative. And I've been engaged with rejecting the reclamation of the Benoa Bay for quite some time, since 2015. But now it has become, successfully, it has become an area of conservation, but the fight for a peaceful and the harmonious living in Bali is still ongoing, because every day you see in social media the ruckus, the ruckus being exhibited by the hyper-tourism and overdevelopment happening in Bali, and it's a sad thing not only for the Balinese, but I think for everybody who cares and loves Bali. So Bali Tolak Reklamasi has become a kind of emblematic movement because it uses that idea of the pendulum, that in a way it is locally inspired, but it's not tribalism. It's not the tribe. It's not the ego of the certain groups. So it's not only exclusive to the group, but it is inspiration how to imagine it. I call it trans-locally. So it's a trans imagination that everybody in the world is talking about climate crisis, climate justice, and Benoa Bay is in the forefront of those fights. And the second one I want to share you, of course, the amazing and inspiring movement by the women's in East Nusa Tenggara, by the Molo indigenous people that uses those symbols, those also how their consciousness of God and then of nature and of social being reinterpreted as a fight against the harmful mining of their natural surrounding. I talked to Mama Aleta during the pandemic, and she told me that nature, she always imagines herself in the same rhythm with nature. She always says that the forest is the hair in the body, and then the water is the blood, and all of those imagination, reimagining our identity within nature, I think is not only a creative imagination or artistic imagination, but also a part of our compassion and empathy, expanding, not only caring about ourselves, about our family, or only within our close groups, but also between species and landscapes. And I think that is also this inspiring movement has become for years now, still becoming some of the reference and some of the boosting, some of the reference that boost our energy to keep on fighting, to keep on resisting, and to keep on protecting nature and its people. Thank you. Sorry, it took so long. Is it too long? Terima kasih banyak, Bapak Ibu.
Yeah. Thank you, Ibu Saras, for your insightful presentations on identity. I'm sure our audience has learned a lot from today. Before we move on to the question and answer sessions, we still have one more presentations from our next speaker. So let me introduce you to our second speaker. Sister Geraldette Phillips was born in India. She has been living and serving in Jakarta, Bandung, for the last 24 years. Since June 2009, she has been a lecturer in Parahyangan Catholic University, teaching psycho-spirituality, study Islam, and pastoral accompaniment. She also offers counseling and spiritual directions. From January 2014, she is a lecturer at the Faculty of Religious Studies, Bandung State Islamic University. She is actively engaged in dialogue among people of different religions, particularly between Muslims and Catholics. Her master and doctorate studies in Islamic philosophy and mysticism offer a new approach to the dialogue. Sister Gera has served as consultor to Pope Benedict XVI in the Pontifical Councils of Interreligious Dialogue, Commissions for Religious Relations with Muslims. She was invited to be a speaker on on the UN's the 62nd General Assembly in the United Nations on best practices and strategies for interreligious and intercultural cooperations for peace, and it's going forward. Sister Geraldette has published Beyond Pluralism in English, along with a module for teachers of religion in Indonesians. She has published several articles as well, has been the resource person at national and international seminars and forums on topics of education, peace, theology, philosophy, psychology, spirituality, and interreligious dialogue. Please join me in welcoming Sister Geraldette Phillips. The floor is yours.
Respected ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. The last time that I was in this place was a little more than a year ago, when the seminary Chadas Hikmat was celebrating their birth anniversary. And after the celebration, a woman came up to me to share her story. And she shared with me something that that has inspired me to bring to this forum or to our conference today. And she said to me, I am struck by the way these young men, it was the seminary, have begun to find themselves. What and how do you teach them to go beyond? And in a short while, this woman, through her story, brought to me 3 points that are very important for our identity. And the first is the identity of, next slide please. 3 important stories of our identity. Human beings created in God's image. God's story. The second, as educators, our personal identity in context. And the third is being one with all of creation. So my presentation today will speak about these 3 points for you. Next. That's the problem with this. I'd like to invite you to ask yourselves just 3 questions. Who am I? Who is with you when you ask this question? And the third, what will you be doing together? You can make a little note in your book. Who am I? Who is with me when I'm asking this question? And what will you be doing together? The anthropologist Paul Hebert helpfully proposes 2 ways of approaching this issue of identity. The first is the oneness of humanity. And the next is the oneness of Christianity. When he speaks of the oneness of humanity, he's really speaking about the common denominator that makes us all one as human beings, as God's choice of us as human beings. We did not choose to be that. God has chosen us to be that. So it's an intercultural an interreligious way of being with each other, just by being human beings. The second one he proposes is the oneness of Christianity, where it speaks of an intra-religious context. Going even further, he says the two ways of understanding this issue of identity is the oneness of humanity is the divine image-centered approach, whereas the oneness of Christianity is the Christ body-centered approach. So with these 2 points as our background, I'd like us to see who we really are and how do we live each day in our lives. So we are living in a world that confronts us with living 3 sides of ourselves. The first, please click. The first is living with a mask and no face. So often we as human beings live with a mask, with our persona, living a lie, as Scott Peck writes in his book, The People of the Lie. Living a lie thinking that's our true identity, that our mask is our true identity. It seems to be real, but psychologically disordered on the inside. The second is the mask that knows it has a face, though it is only subconscious. People in this state suffer from a tension of who they are and the way they want to appear to others. Freud will say that people are anxious and unhappy because they wanted to do something but were afraid to do it. And the third is no mask, but the real face. Afraid to see the face, unacceptable of the self, perhaps even thinking unacceptable to others, but experiences a loving gaze and acceptance from God. So all 3 above are referred to as identity. The first 2 are the false self. And the third is the true self. Thomas Merton, a monk, a priest, a monk, speaks of this as someone who can give oneself eternally to the truth, but alas is shadowed by an illusory person, the false self. Therefore, the secret of our identity is hidden in the love and mercy of God. All my existence, my peace, my happiness depends on discovering myself in discovering God. I find God, I will find myself. And if I find myself, my true self, I will find God. And so, how do we do this? And I offer you a few ways. The first is remembering our story, remembering God's story in me. So memory, to remember what is my life. To dismember is to put yourself down, is the false self. To remember is to recreate, is to go to the true self. Maybe at times when we go to our true selves, we have a dangerous memory. You spoke of Facebook depression. This is Facebook depression. Delete, hide, dislike, block, unfriend, move on. And when you go deep or when we go deep into ourselves, we see or we touch this dangerous memory. We do not stop there, because the human being has the potential to go even further. And so we move on, distinguishing between who we are and who we are not. And the process is the same, descending into your depths, coming to quiet and to listening. Accept that we are not that great anyway, but we must accept the fact that what we would like to be, we must cast off our false self, our exterior self, go even further until you come to the basic reality that you are loved in spite of everything. A heart, and to experience the fact of being loved, and you go even deeper. And so the discovering our true self is reading and rereading who we really are, claiming responsibility for yourself, making meaning of and drawing insights from your own story, arriving at a peace in oneself, a heart that is inhabited by God, and with that, a heart, therefore, that goes out to transform others. Therefore, the discovery of ourselves could be like a death and resurrection experience. A death of our false selves, when we too realize we assume to be our own, and a resurrection of our real selves found in Christ. So this is my first point of discovering ourselves, of our true personal identity in God's story. I move to my second point of our personal identity in context, our identity as educators and learners. And I offer you this short video. The next slide, please.
For centuries, our teaching methods have remained largely the same.
Education is about expanding minds, encouraging creativity, solving problems, and contributing as individuals, team members, and leaders.
Equipped with the ability to understand the news and the economy, an open-minded, environmentally responsible generation could truly change the world.
In the future, we need kids to be able to think critically.
We need innovators, risk-takers, problem solvers.
How is one person supposed to cater to the different learning needs of all the different students?
Students' skills must be teased out, developed, and tailored to.
Rather than adversaries, I see tradition and innovation as allies in education.
Imagine bouncing back and forth between the real world and the virtual world, filled with an insatiable zeal for knowledge that is new, egalitarian, and individually curated.
Our aim should be forming people who are creative, reflective, and adaptable.
So when I look at all of us here, I realize that you are all Gen Z students. You all come into the category of Generation Z. And the next slide you will see that important point of the Gen Z that shapes them. Next slide, please. is identity. Identity is a very important component and a very important point that shapes the Gen Z. Therefore, I invite all of us to look at an education to reality. Next slide, please. Where we see you see two pyramids here. The first is, I am who I am because of what I have. My name, my culture, my religion, finances, and things. It's identity as a token. Whereas, if you look at identity as a way of life, is hardly recognized. I am who I am because of who I am. And that's the kind of education that we are encouraging and moving towards. Education defines a person, changes a person. And I look at it as, you can read the paper later, yeah? You can look at it as the story of the Eucharist, where to be open to learning, to letting the teaching-learning process transform each other, to meet our true selves, our identity. To be open. When we are open to go out to the other, reach out where we are the guests and the other are our hosts. Knowing very well that the discomfort and pain of learning something new often are signs that truth is struggling to be born in us. And then moving, the third is the hospitality, opening a space where each one can contribute their ideas, be open to new ideas, and cross boundaries. It is not just about crossing boundaries, but it is about inviting others where we are the hosts. And the Christian service of hospitality, therefore, involves us as guests and hosts, the spirituality of the Eucharist. And this takes me to offer you an effective theological model that moves from inside out. Often we have had in our teaching processes a clinical teaching of test, teach, retest, reteach. It is about the compassion that is in each of our hearts. Compassion, and then to teach, you have more compassion, and then moving out to act. This takes me to my third point of this presentation. To situate our identity from the particular to beyond. The story of the incarnation. We come with an experience from different places, doing different things, making a huge difference. Peter van Her, theologian said, crossing borders of reaching out to all creation without crushing or compromising one's identity. This is the missiological imperative of Jesus Christ, who crosses the border between heaven and the world of love without rejecting or crushing our humanity. But to understand this third point, we need and to reimagine an identity. I speak about it as being one with all of creation. And to do that, we need three important ways: the contemplative, the ascetic, and the prophetic. Elizabeth Johnston, in her book, mentions these three ways of responding to a situation in life. And I think what we are facing now, as you also said, it's a critical time where we are in the midst of a creation that is crying out for us to see the sacredness of it. This conference is happening at an important time of the world, and an important time in the church, where Pope Francis speaks of not just Laudato Si, but Laudate Deum. He's calling us to respond to act to a crisis in climate change. Therefore, the 3 points to offer to reimagine our identity of being one with all creation is contemplative, ascetic, and prophetic. But what is this? To be contemplative is to gaze in silence on the world with the eyes of love rather than with an arrogant utilitarian stare. To make the earth our common home with all of those points around, with respect, with happiness, with love, tolerance, responsibility, compassion, peace, and so on. To be contemplative is to stand and gaze in silence and to use all of our senses. To be ascetic is to be able to empty ourselves to receive what God has in store for us. Next slide, please. It's a simple lifestyle that embodies an earth-sensitive view and a healthy balance between matter and the spirit. So this is, if the contemplative is looking out, the ascetic is emptying to be filled in. And the third is the prophetic, is to go out using the materials of the earth. Now this is the ascetic. The next one, please. The prophetic response is behalf of justice of the earth, is to care for and to protect the environment and all of life informs an additional and more moral imperative, is an additional and moral imperative. So the prophetic goes out with energy, with joy, with strength, with courage to bring change. And to move to the next of our presentation, please, next slide, please. Our purpose here on earth is to manifest the very nature of our spirit, which is touched by the Spirit of God. You spoke about losing your grandmother and your grief. 3 weeks ago, I lost my mother. And when I was traveling from Canada to Indonesia, I could not help but believe, as well as experience, that my mother had gone to the beyond. And when I was looking at this conference, from the particular to the beyond, I realized only later that actually the name of this conference is the particular and the beyond. And for me, from the very time I read it, it was from the particular to the beyond. I like that slide back. Oh, it's here. Okay. So what does this particular to the beyond mean for me in the context of my mother's death? I could not help but believe that her identity now is merging with the whole of the universe. And you see in this, the next slide, it's the incarnation, a true Catholic by her faith. She went to a God that she believed in. The God, the Father, the Son, the Spirit. But also, if you see it from the Hindu point of view, it is from darkness to light, from untruth to truth, from mortality to immortality. Or in Sanskrit, asatoma satgamaya, mrityurma, tamasoma jyotirgamaya, mrityurma amritam gamaya. Or in the Islamic way, what Ibn Arabi will call wahdatul wujud, or the unity of being. the supreme principle, the sacred. The re-sacralization of nature, not by declining its sacred, but by realizing that the nature is inherently sacred. And my mother's death taught me that in the end, all are one. And so, at the end, at my slide when I say, so how do we reimagine identity? Reimagining identity is meeting the true self. It is a fusion of identities, where we see it is the origin native. I'm a native of my origin, the story of God in us. To the alter native, I become the other, the story of the Eucharist. And the third, when you have these two, it is illuminative, the story of the Incarnation. It's a fusion of identities. And when we have this fusion of identities, we can bring light to ourselves and to each other and to the world. And so I want to end by offering you some questions for your own reflection. What part of your story do you want to listen to know? What part of the other's story do you want to make space for, to love? And what part of God's story do you want to follow? Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Jera, for your insightful presentations. We're sure that we have learned a lot from you. Okay, we move to the next sessions. After we heard from these two amazing speakers who has given us a different perspective about how identity has shaped us as human beings. The first speaker, Ibu Saraswati, focused on the aspect of identity in relations, while Sister Jera focused on the psychological, spiritual, that our identity as human form in God's image, educators, and part of the universe. For the next sessions, I'm going to invite questions and comments or from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have questions and wait until, you can move forward and find the microphone. Please also state your name and your affiliations before asking the questions. Is there any questions? I see 100 questions over there. You may ask in Bahasa Indonesia as well. Please, pakai Bahasa Indonesia boleh. Kalau enggak nanti nilainya dikurangin ya. Ancaman. Oke, silakan teman-teman mahasiswa, Bapak Ibu Romo, boleh silakan. Yes, I see Pak Slamet over there. Yeah. This is only one question from 100 others, yeah? Please don't be hesitant to ask questions from our two beautiful ladies as our speakers today. Yes, please, Pak Slamet, can you move forward and find the microphone, the nearest microphone, please? Yes, please. Panggil panitianya boleh bahasa Indonesia, Pak. Questionsnya in English.
Tes. Okay, thank you. My name is John Slamet Purwadi. Most of my students call me Father John. Okay, my English is so bad, so I will ask very short sentences. If someone asks me to speak in English, I feel demam, you know. So, yeah, this both of session in this morning inspires me, especially if we compare the jargon that there is a kind of death of philosophy. So, do you think that uniqueness, ethnicity, or particularity can be a fruitful reference for doing philosophy or theology? Is it the new pace of philosophizing and theologizing in nowadays? So that's my question. What is significant value of ethnicity or particularity for doing theology today or philosophy today? Thank you from Father John.
Thank you Pak Slamet. Masih demam Pak? Okay, Ibu Saras and Sister Jera, probably Ibu Saras first? Yeah. What is the significant values of the uniqueness in philosophy?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak Pak Slamet. Saya senang ketemu sama Pak Slamet karena Pak Slamet yang saya pagi-pagi udah WhatsApp Pak Slamet, saya udah sampai Bandung, tapi nggak dibales.
Oh. Mungkin itu yang bikin demam ya Bu ya. Itu yang bikin demam ya Pak.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your friendship has been so meaningful to me, and I always love to come here and meet you and discuss with you. I think particularities are important. As important that those are the parts of our being. Of course, the question of being has always been the most important question, and probably the ontological question is the first philosophy, and it's the most important part of our pursuit of truth. And but my different view and how I want to understand philosophizing, but not viewing those particularities as something that made us truly different or truly and fully distinguished or distinct between others. In a way, it is very important for us to understand our identity and our uniqueness, but I think also those particularities gave the sense of how we understand our own self, our attribute, our properties, and those are mainly what we study in philosophy and also in theology. But also I think the challenge now, Pak Slamet, is how in some matter of injustice that's happening all over in our society in Indonesia, especially the repression towards minorities and especially people who are living under ecological problems and being threatened, losing their lands. They are fighting with all their might, not only as they're imagining themselves separated from nature, or how we understand nature or the environment as something outside of the individual. But for them, for most of the indigenous communities and indigenous people, they're imagining themselves inseparable with nature, with God, nature, and the identity. So particularities in this sense, I think how we, as for the instance, for the Molo tribe or for the Molo people, they are using their local knowledge to fight back and to protect the land that they are that they love and that are so as it's a part of a necessity in a part of their identity. So I think philosophy we are trying to, I'm always, in a part there's the paradox there that in a way, I think sister you quoted Ibnu Arabi, and then also thank you very much quoting Brihat Aranyaka Upanishad about being one with, because Upanishad is such a monistic and mystic scripture. And in a way, how to understand those particularities and our hardship together as humanity to tackle the problem, especially the problem of climate crisis or climate injustice. So I think philosophy has that critical approach to the problem and not being segregated by understanding nature as the empirical, as how ecology as a science, as a discipline works alone, but also the social, the anthropological, but also scientific and technological. So I think, and also theology. And I think philosophy has that ability to see beyond the segregation of those disciplines, and also to see beyond the importance of those particularities and our celebration to those uniqueness, but how to use it and how to use it as a philosophical hammer to create a stronger community, an empowered community, and of course a thriving biodiversity. So I think philosophy and also theology is within that wavelength right now. We are struggling to express the complexity and how we are forgetful about that human being and all the surroundings. Nature is one, that oneness, but also that oneness is comes from the richness of the tapestry of those differences and particularities. So I think philosophy is able and is able to present that complexity. I think Pak Slamet. Mudah-mudahan menjawab ya, Pak Slamet. Ya.
Yeah.
You want to add?
Yes. From the theological.
When I listen to Father John on the particularities and how can philosophy or theology deal with it. Aristotle would say that knowing oneself is the beginning of wisdom. But what is that knowing oneself really about? It's about knowing who we are in our particularity. So, but both philosophy and theology have the potential to make us aware of our particularities, not just on the surface, but to take us deep within, where we will then know that we are not alone, as you earlier said, that we are not alone in this, but we are with each other, and that would also lead to multiple identities. And I think that's what we need to be aware of not losing who we are, and yet being aware of each other in this web of our lives.
Thank you, Sister and Ibu. Yeah, I'll see several questions. We still have 30 minutes, so you may prepare your questions. But I'm invited Romo to please come forward and reach the microphone to ask the questions. Yes.
Nama saya Armada. Kesulitan saya dengan percakapan identity itu ialah ada kecenderungan untuk terlalu subjektif terlalu romantis, terlalu terpisah dari dunia. Salah satu pembahasan yang bagi saya cukup mendalam, nanti mohon dikoreksi, mengenai identity. Ini salvok dengan Pak Franciscus. Yaitu kisah dalam apa yang disebut Bhagavad Gita. Pertanyaan who am I itu, siapakah aku itu, pertanyaan yang powerful ketika Arjuna ragu-ragu di padang Kurukshetra, karena di hadapannya ada begitu banyak pasukan dan jenderal dan tentara yang tidak lain adalah
Mohon maaf Romo, ada intermezzo sedikit.
Jangan-jangan itu di padang Kurukshetra. Jadi who am I itu bukan pertanyaan yang romantis atau subjektif kala para fratra suster rekoleksi atau retret. Tapi itu pertanyaan yang powerful terkait dengan eksistensi siapa aku yang harus berperang melawan nenek, pap, tes. Pertanyaan saya padahal belum sensitif banget, tapi ini sudah dihack 2 kali ya. Baik. Sampai mana tadi? Nah, persis. Siapakah aku ini yang harus berperang melawan saudaraku sendiri? Apakah hidup itu, apa itu kematian, dan seterusnya itu included dalam pertanyaan who am I? Dan Krishna melakukan diskurs yang panjang lebar yang kemudian kita sebut Bhagavad Gita itu. Pertanyaan dari Arjuna itu sesungguhnya universal. Misalnya rekan saya di Filipina ketika Duterte menang, itu sebenarnya kami ini siapa? Aku ini siapa ya? Filipina ini. Pertanyaan yang sama juga diteman di Amerika ketika Trump menang. Siapakah aku ini sebagai orang Amerika? Nah ini yang sensitif pertanyaannya. Siapakah aku ini ketika Prabowo dan Gibran menang? I'm almost losing my identity. Jadi kita betul-betul menyoal identitas. Dan by asking who am I, itu sesungguhnya juga morality masuk di situ. Mungkin pertanyaannya bukan subjektif Prabowo atau Gibran, tapi pertanyaan saya itu juga setiap kali muncul, siapa tuh kita ini yang membiarkan pelanggaran HAM terjadi dengan begitu enak, dan malahan kita beri bintang. Nah ini mungkin sensitif, ini bisa dikomentari ya. Kalau sampai di sini mungkin bisa dihack, silakan dihack, enggak apa-apa. Karena pertanyaannya sudah selesai. Tapi maksud saya adalah, lalu filsafat perannya apa? Filsafat apa? Untuk apa belajar filsafat? Untuk memenuhi SKS? Atau apa? Nah itu aja. Juga tentu saja teolog, para teolog. Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Romo. Dari sisi Ibu Saras dulu atau probably you would like to debate or give argument and explanations to add something? Yang itu tidak di-hack. Romo.
I agree when you say, who am I? Who am I? Thank you for your comment. Terima kasih untuk komen Anda of the question of who am I. That's one question that we will never have an answer to. And why study philosophy and why study theology? I think it's a way to take us to the infinite, to the beyond, because that's one answer that we will never have. And so in moments like this, when we are in the middle of many others and we say, so who am I to be able to say this? Who am I that I can vote? Who am I as an Indian to be in Indonesia? Who am I? And I think I remembered when you were talking, and I think many of you know the story of the salt doll. So there is this salt doll that goes to the beach, and the waves keep coming and taking her, and she dissolves. And the legs go first, and then the knees, and then the body, and then only her head is left, and the head dissolves. But the more the salt doll dissolves in the water, the bigger the current and the volume. And I think that's what our identities have to do for each other, to be able to dissolve into the other, to make life possible for the other. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister. Terima kasih. Thank you, Sister. I fully agree what you said, dan terima kasih Romo Armada atas pertanyaannya dan juga membahas mengenai Bhagavad Gita, dan Bhagavad Gita itu merupakan bagian dari Mahabharata yang menurut saya yang paling membuka dan membuka manusia, melihatnya sebagaimana manusia itu dari berbagai dimensi dirinya ya, yang selalu merindukan kebenaran, keadilan, tetapi juga sisi-sisi kelam, sisi-sisi gelap yang tidak terpisahkan dari kebebasan kehendaknya manusia. Tetapi apa yang juga membuat Bhagavad Gita itu unik, paling tidak bagi saya yang membacanya sebagai generasi yang memaknai Bhagavad Gita tidak saja sebagai suatu kisah epos gitu ya, sebagai epos, tetapi juga sebagai suatu teks filsafat, khususnya seperti tadi Romo Armada sampaikan, yang berbicara tentang siapakah diriku, keraguan atau kegundahan Arjuna. Dan mengapa? Tentu di dalam filsafat kita mengetahui bahwa keraguan itu tidak selalu, bahkan kebingungan menurut saya itu tidak selalu hal yang buruk, karena suatu pengejaran filsafati itu dimulai dari hal-hal keheranan, ketidaktahuan, rasa tidak tahu, kebingungan bahkan, karena itu di sana ada pergulatan kita untuk memahami dan memaknai sesuatu. Tapi apa yang saya rasa penting dan sangat manusiawi dari Arjuna adalah keraguan dia untuk mempertanyakan bahwa dia terlahir sebagai seorang kesatria dan perang itu adalah suatu karma wasana ya kalau di dalam kepercayaan orang Bali, sesuatu suratan, suatu takdir yang tidak bisa ia pertanyakan kembali, itu suatu yang kalau kita ikuti secara kantian itu sesuatu deontologi, suatu kewajiban yang tidak bisa disangsikan oleh seorang kesatria. Tapi pertanyaan Arjuna terhadap benar nggak nih apa yang saya lakukan, itu saya rasa pertanyaan kalau yang saya bilang Levinas bilang itu melihat wajah gitu. Jadi tidak konsepsi, tidak ide-ide, tidak lagi hanya gagasan saja gitu ya, tetapi wajah gitu. Tapi wajah keluarganya yang membuat dia mempertanyakan sebenarnya apakah berperang menghadapi guru, sepupu, paman, keluarga itu sesuatu yang harus dilakukan. Meski akhirnya Krishna mengungkap dirinya ya sebagai yang universal. Tapi tentunya itu sebagai bagian kalau di dalam tradisi filsafat India ciri khas daripada jenana yoga gitu, jenana marga, bahwa pengetahuan bermula dulu dari pertanyaan-pertanyaan ini, meski tentunya Veda itu dianggap sebagai pemersatunya lah. Tetapi terlepas dari itu, keraguan-raguan Arjuna yang tadi saya interpretasikan yang kita sebut sebagai suatu krisis eksistensial. Dan krisis eksistensial juga adalah penanda adanya suatu problem bagaimana tubuh dan jiwa kita merasa bahwa ada sesuatu masalah yang sedang terjadi, meski kadangkala kita tidak bebas untuk mengatakannya gitu. Tapi kita merasa resah, gelisah, dan filsafat dimulai dari kegelisahan itu. Apalagi seperti Romo Armada sampaikan ya, ketika seorang pelanggar HAM justru terpilih menjadi seorang presiden, itu ada pertanyaan yang patut kita tanyakan gitu, pertanyaan yang patut kita ajukan. Tentunya tentang ingatan, tentang keadilan, hal-hal yang bagian dari filsafat sebenarnya. Dan filsafat bukan sebagai filsafat di kelas saja ya, tapi filsafat sebagai bagian dari kesehari-harian kita. Misalnya salah satu contoh sederhana saja, apa sih yang bisa dilakukan filsafat? Tentu mendiskusikan ini, berbicara tentang hal ini, menulis tentang hal ini itu sangat penting. Tetapi juga dari aksi-aksi, kalau Hannah Arendt bilang action, bukan hanya pikiran, bukan hanya ilmu, bukan hanya science, tapi action, tapi aksi. Seperti salah satu contohnya Romo Armada seperti aksi Kamisan misalnya. Teman-teman filsafat, komunitas filsafat, mereka angkatan 2023, jadi rata-rata lahirnya di atas 2005. Jadi sebagian waktu masuk ke kelas saya di filsafat dan HAM, mata kuliah filsafat dan HAM, pertanyaannya adalah apa itu reformasi? Itu pertanyaannya Romo. Tetapi kalau kita tidak jawab, kita tidak bisa mengkomunikasikan ingatan-ingatan ini. Jadi saya rasa di satu sisi bahwa ada depravasi ingatan kita, betul itu terjadi. Tetapi bukanlah saja di tangan generasi baru ini, tetapi juga di tangan kita yang membuat struktur sistem dunia yang mudah sekali melupakan. Jadi ini yang menurut saya juga filsafat tempatnya di sana. Karena kita harus mengingat lagi, apalagi kalau Heidegger bilang ya, bahaya yang paling bahaya itu the forgetfulness of being. Kalau kita melupakan pertanyaan tentang being. Dan itu saya maknai pertanyaan tentang siapa aku, apa yang bisa aku lakukan, apa tanggung jawabku. Itu semua adalah meruncing jadi persoalan eksistensial. Jadi saya setuju sekali dengan apa yang Romo sampaikan, bahwa krisis politik, krisis ekologi yang tentunya di sana ada soal-soal pelanggaran HAM yang menyangkut dengan alam kita juga, itu sejatinya juga adalah krisis eksistensial, Romo. Jadi saya ikut sedih juga. Dan ya harus kerjasama untuk mengupayakan kita mengingat kembali. Tadi di aksi Kamisan itu saya cerita anak-anak filsafat tiap Kamis mereka bergantian. Jadi mahasiswa saya itu mereka bergantian menemani Ibu Maria Sumarsih ya, yang putranya Wawan menjadi terbunuh di saat perjuangan reformasi yang sampai saat ini tidak mendapatkan keadilan. Sudah pertemuan atau aksi yang lebih dari 500 yang Ibu Sumarsih berdiri di depan Istana Negara untuk minta pertanggungjawaban. Sederhana sekali pemikiran mahasiswa saya itu mungkin secara konsepsi belum terlalu menguasai the human condition atau the origin of totalitarianism, tapi sudah mengerti kekuatan solidaritas. Jadi buat saya itu juga bagaimana filsafat di kelas penting kita belajar teori-teori hasanah pikiran itu, tetapi dia perlu menjadi aksi sederhana sehari-hari. Itu juga yang menurut saya perlu kita ingat kembali, Romo. Terima kasih, Romo. Ya.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih Ibu dan Sister. Sebentar Bapak Romo, mungkin ada mahasiswa kita yang ingin bertanya, kita beri kesempatan dulu ya. Karena ini sudah pakai bahasa Indonesia, saya lihat ada 150 orang yang mau bertanya. Ya, silakan.
Di sana.
Oh, ada 2 ya? Oh, yang di sana dulu atau sini dulu tadi? Bebas. Yang dari belakang dulu mungkin ya, silakan. Mas yang di belakang, ya. Oh, we still have 15 minutes, I guess. 15 minutes. Yeah.
Selamat siang, Bu Saraswati dan Suster Jera. Perkenalkan, nama saya Hendrikus Ageng Pranowo, saya alumnus mahasiswa Fakultas Filsafat Unpar. Ganteng banget gue. Saya pertama ingin berkomentar dan yang kedua saya ingin bertanya. Saya mempunyai pendapat gini bahwa pada akhirnya sebetulnya adalah manusia tidak akan pernah sampai untuk memahami dirinya atau tidak pernah bisa untuk memahami atau mengetahui dirinya. Siapakah saya itu adalah suatu pertanyaan yang tidak akan pernah terjawab. Bahwa saya mengambil contoh dari salah satu novelnya Miguel de Cervantes yaitu Don Quixote, bagaimana dia kan selalu untuk meniru menjadi seorang kesatria, pada akhirnya manusia adalah selalu mimesis gitu. Walaupun pada akhirnya ya, kita melihat banyak wajah, kita hanya selalu menggunakan topeng tanpa mengenali siapa diri kita. Pada akhirnya kita hanya menggunakan topeng dari perjumpaan kita dengan orang lain. Bahwa pada akhirnya saya menyimpulkan manusia adalah seorang nobody gitu. Mungkin nanti bisa dikomentari dari kedua narasumber. Dan yang kedua adalah suatu pertanyaan tentang partikularitas. Tadi menjadi salah satu tema dari pembicaraan kita pada hari ini. Ketika kita membahas suatu particularity, berarti diskusi mengenai universalitas di satu sisi justru menjadi usang. Apa artinya suatu universalitas ketika kita membahas partikularitas? Meskipun pada akhirnya Hegel melihat partikularitas adalah ketika menjadi dualness itu sendiri. Tapi kan bagaimanapun Hegel tidak memberikan kesimpulan akhirnya karena melihat eksistensi kita sebagai moda penyempurnaan yang tidak akan pernah selesai gitu. Pada akhirnya ya kita tidak pernah tahu apa itu kebenaran. Artinya ya kita melihat sesuatu yang ajak, sesuatu yang rigid ketika kita melihat sesuatu yang berbeda gitu. Ketika melihat kita mengetahui baik karena ada jahat, kita mengetahui gelap karena ada terang. Jadi pada akhirnya ya hanya pembedaan saja, kita tidak benar-benar memahami, kita hanya pada sampai titik mengetahui. Seperti itu sih. Apakah ketika diskusi mengenai partikularitas pada akhirnya justru universalitas itu ya bahkan tidak ada atau ya pada akhirnya ya semuanya bersifat polilogis sih, seperti itu. Sekian dari saya, hatur nuhun.
Terima kasih. Maaf, pertanyaannya mau ditujukan ke siapa atau ke dua-duanya?
Mungkin bisa dua-duanya Bu, karena masih berkaitan ya.
Oke, kita invite satu
Terima kasih.
pertanyaan lagi.
Oh boleh biar
Ya,
nggak kelamaan.
biar betul. Silakan tadi yang paling depan. Ya, silakan.
Tes.
Ini dari wajahnya
Tes.
kayaknya in English ya. Oh. Oke, silakan Pak.
Tes, oke. Halo, Pak Selamat. Selamat siang. Selamat siang, para pastor, suster. Tadi saya tertarik dengan kita nggak usah menggunakan masker, kita harus menjadi apa adanya, kira-kira begitulah ya. Ini untuk Suster Zera, pembimbing rohani saya. Jadi suster, saya itu perkenalkan sebelumnya, sorry. Saya Frater Ahmad, sekarang sedang belajar di magister di teologi di Unpar. Jadi saya di seminar itu sudah sekitar 10 tahun lah ya. Merefleksi hampir setiap minggu, bahkan setiap kadang-kadang juga setiap hari gitu ya. Dan akhirnya saya menemukan banyak bagian-bagian penting dalam diri saya, ada banyak potensi. Lalu ketika sudah menemukan banyak potensi itu, saya merasa tidak membutuhkan lagi orang lain. Ada saatnya itu tidak ada lagi ruang buat orang lain dan bahkan untuk Tuhan dalam diri saya. Karena ya saya udah bisa ini, bisa itu dan sebagainya. Nah, yang menjadi pertanyaan saya ketika saya berada di posisi seperti itu, sebenarnya saya pengen tahu saya secara personal itu seperti apa atau bagaimana, dan juga saya secara komunal seperti apa. Saya berusaha jujur dengan diri saya sendiri, saya berusaha membuka diri saya akan potensi-potensi saya dan akhirnya saya menemukannya. Tapi ketika saya sudah menemukannya itu saya merasa tidak membutuhkan orang lain, yang sebenarnya itu juga saya secara komunal. Itu saja, terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan bisa dimengerti.
Ya, terima kasih. Kalau Ibu dan Suster tidak keberatan, ada satu pertanyaan dari YouTube. Boleh saya bacakan, jadi sekaligus nanti menjawab 3 pertanyaannya. One more questions. From Deru Samudra dari YouTube. The question is, how does the tendency of ontological dominations and multiculturalism eliminates the subject and particular identity? Mungkin sedikit mirip dengan pertanyaan yang pertama ya. Ya, itu pertanyaan dari YouTube. Silakan Ibu atau Sister dulu mungkin. Yes, please.
Terima kasih Rahmat dan siapa tadi?
Deru Samudra.
No, from there. Hendrikus untuk pertanyaannya. Terima kasih. Michael Barnes speaks of an identity in becoming. We ask ourselves who I am. We don't get an answer like that. We keep becoming with every new experience, with every new content, with every new person. We keep becoming. So we need to know that when we are talking about a mask, we are wearing the mask. It's like what Carl Jung would say. It's not the mask. We are asking who I am, but there's another question we need to ask: whose am I? Yeah. Who belongs? Who do I belong to? Who belongs to me? And therefore, it's something very deep. What do I really want? What do I want? Who do I identify with? And then we are afraid of looking at our own selves, and we have the persona, the external face, the persona, the voice that calls. So we have the persona, we have the ego, and we have the unconscious, and that's where all the memories are stored, all the ideas of ourselves, all our fears, all our drives, all our desires. And so when he says, I'm nobody, yes, to know that I'm on the way to knowing who I really am. I'm nobody is the first step. But remember, there are 2 after that. I'm somebody and I'm everybody, because I am one with everyone else. So I would only suggest for all of us to be able to first see, what do I really want in my life? What do I really want? And then to know, what do I hide from? What is the ego there? What do I need to deal with to enter into really what I want? Because really what you want, the deepest side of you is where God is, and that's what God wants. Terima kasih.
It's okay. Terima kasih, Sister. Terima kasih untuk Saudara Henrikus, Frater Ahmad, dan juga Deru Samudra yang sedang menyimak dari YouTube. Saya rasa seperti yang juga sudah saya coba uraikan ya, bahwa ada yang sangat kontradiktif sebenarnya dalam memahami identitas itu. Di satu sisi, seperti yang tadi Sister sudah sampaikan, bahwa identitas itu juga, diri itu selalu menjadi, dia berproses, tetapi juga ada suatu ketakmungkinan gitu, bukan saja berproses, tapi ada satu ketakmungkinan untuk memegang diri itu secara utuh. Paling tidak menurut saya, bahwa filsafat punya cita-cita dan aspirasi untuk mengelaborasi itu dan menyusun suatu kerangka intelektual terkait keutuhan itu, kesatuan itu, bahkan keterhubungan itu menjadi suatu pengejaran filosofis saya rasa. Tetapi sebagai individu kita selalu, bahkan kalau di dalam maksudnya di dalam pendekatan fenomenologi, bahkan untuk menentukan sungguh-sungguh siapa diri kita, itu amat sangat sulit sekali. Itu mengapa saya percaya bahwa diri itu dalam multiplisitas diri ya, bahwa kita selalu berkreasi, membentuk, mengubah, bahkan satu hal yang mungkin saya rasa saya tentang dan saya kritik adalah gagasan tentang diri yang absolut atau diri yang terisolir dari dunia dan dari orang lain, dari yang lain, dari the other, ala Kartesian misalnya. Itu saya menganggap bahwa terisolasinya diri seperti itu menurut saya tidak realistis ya, karena justru seperti yang tadi Henrikus sampaikan, kita tidak pernah, di saat mempertanyakan siapakah diri, sebenarnya pertanyaan itu bisa dipantulkan melalui relasi, secara relasional. Karena memang orang lain membentuk diri kita, dan itu bagian dari kemanusiaan kita juga, itu bagian dari perjalanan kemanusiaan kita, bahwa emosi-emosi kita, rasa cinta kita, rasa suka kita, rasa tidak suka kita, rasa marah kita terhadap others adalah bagian kita menemukan atau melakukan penemuan diri gitu. Jadi bukan saja terhadap orang lain justru menurut saya, tetapi kalau Merleau-Ponty bilang sebelum kita memiliki logos atau sebelum kita punya gagasan yang rumit tentang logos itu apa, hal pertama yang muncul di benak manusia adalah keheranan kita pada alam. Jadi refleksi pertama kita yang membentuk diri kita adalah keheranan kita melihat antariksa, melihat langit, melihat bentang alam kita. Dan itu kadang diabaikan, bahwa alam membentuk kedirian kita. Kita terkadang menganggap bahwa kedirian kita itu sudah terbentuk secara innate dan jadi dan utuh seperti itu. Padahal meskipun tubuh kita secara material adalah tubuh yang empirik, tetapi kita juga memiliki kreativitas, tadi saya gunakan kata itu, kreativitas dunia yang dihayati, di mana pertemuan antar individu, tidak saja individu tetapi dengan lingkungan hidup itu membentuk diri. Jadi saya justru menganggap kalau di dalam Zen Buddhism kan sunya, kekosongan, Kekosongan itu bukan kosong sebagaimana kita memikirkan bahwa tidak ada apa-apa gitu. Tetapi itu adalah upaya untuk terus melakukan pencarian kembali terus-menerus. Itu yang saya pahami ya tentang kekosongan itu. Kemudian mungkin pertanyaan itu sekaligus mengomentari tadi yang ditanyakan oleh Frater. Tapi satu hal yang menarik, saya rasa saya juga setuju apa yang disampaikan oleh Deru Samudra. Maksudnya begini, tadi pertanyaannya bahasa Inggris tapi saya jawab bahasa Indonesia aja nggak apa-apa ya Ibu Moderator, oke. Apakah bahaya multikulturalisme? Tentu ada dan saya setuju dalam pengertian bahwa keberagaman kultur-kultur ini dianggap sebagai suatu kebenaran yang relatif dan itu kritik yang paling tajam pada aliran multikulturalisme. Siapakah yang paling kencang mengkritiknya? Itu para kosmopolitan seperti Amartya Sen, Sheila Ben Habib, kemudian Kwame Appiah. Para pemikir ini, mereka kekhawatiran mereka terhadap multikulturalisme adalah partikularitas kultural itu dianggap sebagai kebenaran yang relatif. Jadi kita mengiyakan semua kultur. Padahal tidak semua kultur itu sejalan misalnya dengan prinsip-prinsip hak azazi atau kesetaraan gender misalnya. Beberapa kultur mempromosikan rasa kolektivisme tetapi secara internal banyak sekali misalnya merugikan posisi perempuan. Itu adalah debat nyata antara kelompok multikulturalis dengan kelompok feminis misalnya. Yang menurut saya itu bagian dari percakapan kita untuk memahami bagaimana partikularitas ini dikontekstualisasikan dengan secara prima facie dengan apa yang tengah kita hadapi, tengah kita geluti saat ini. Itu juga menurut saya jawaban yang masih terbuka untuk tambahan dan kritik. Terima kasih, mudah-mudahan menjawab.
Terima kasih Ibu and Sister. Okay, I'm afraid we have to end today's sessions, and we had some interesting and insightful discussions, both from the audience and also the speakers. But we finally come to the end of today's sessions. I would like to thank you again for our beautiful speakers over here, for their time and expertise. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you for our beautiful moderator, Ibu Sefa.
Thank you. Yeah. Before we end this sessions, I have a poem, and this poem inspired by Romo Armada, because the title is Who Am I? So, genetically speaking, I trace back to different part of the world. Environmentally speaking, I live in different part of the world too. Accent-wise, I do not have a particular fixed accent. So where am I? Where do I belong? Seems to me, I'm nowhere, really. And yet, we are local on our planet. So, well, I guess I'm universal. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you on the second section. I should give the time back to the MC. Thank you, Ibu and Sisi.
Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah sekali lagi kepada narasumber dan juga moderator kita. Kami mohon untuk narasumber dan juga pembicara untuk duduk dulu sebentar. Kita akan ada kenang-kenangan.
Sebagai tanda terima kasih akan ada kenang-kenangan penyerahan plakat kepada Ibu Saraswati Dewi dan Suster Gerardette Phillips.
Kepada Romo Armada Rianto dan juga kepada Romo Leo, kami mohon untuk maju ke depan untuk memberikan kenang-kenangan. Untuk Romo Armada, boleh memberikan kenang-kenangan kepada Suster Jera. Oke. Untuk Romo Leo bisa memberikan kepada Mbak Saras. Untuk moderator dan narasumber dan Romo maaf boleh foto bersama dulu berlima bersama dengan Mbak Seva. Oke. Di tengah boleh di sini Romo. Terima kasih sekali lagi kami ucapkan kepada Romo Leo dan juga Romo Armada, kepada narasumber dan juga moderator.
Sebelum makan siang bersama, kita saksikan di tengah celah-celah. Kami persilakan kepada para peserta menuju ke ruang Ignatius untuk ramah tamah dan makan siang bersama.
Ruang Ignatius berada di sebelah kiri kami. Peserta dapat kembali memasuki ruangan ini untuk sesi kedua pada pukul 12.45. Terima kasih.
Bagi peserta non-mahasiswa yang ingin mendapatkan sertifikat, silakan konfirmasi ulang di meja registrasi. Terima kasih.
a discussion with the theme of reimagining identity, the particular and beyond, will be held featuring two speakers and moderated by Father Hadrianus Tejoworo. Father Tejo is a lecturer at the Faculty of Philosophy Unpar, where he teaches various courses related to philosophy and theology. Additionally, he served as an editor for the international journal Melintas. We extend our invitation to Father Tejo to moderate the discussion.
We would like to remind all attendees to use English in the Q&A session.
Dear colleagues and students, good afternoon in Indonesia. And I welcome also Professor Wielen. Could you turn the music off? And Professor Wielen, welcome and good morning to you. Dr. Mosima, also good morning to you. I hope you all already awake at this time in your country. And we are already gathering here and to begin our session this afternoon here. My name is Tejo, you can call me Tejo. And I think you have to believe that my name is Tejo and this is really Tejo that appears up in front of you because we are talking about the identity and I cannot make more sure about who I am and where I am now at this time. So we would like to begin this session beginning with a presentation from Professor Gerard Wielen, Jesuit. And later we will also have the presentation from Dr. Mosima, Pius Mosima, from the Netherlands. So I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Reverend Gerard K. Wielen, Jesuit, first before he will give the presentation, the first presentation. Gerard Wielen grew up in Dublin, Ireland. He attended Trinity College Dublin and was awarded an MA in economics in 1982, and then entered the novitiate of the Society of Jesus. After receiving a baccalaureate in philosophy in Dublin, he next worked in Zambia and Kenya, completing a basic degree in theology and being ordained priest in 1992. He pursued graduate studies in theology, first in Boston and then in Toronto. In 1994, he was awarded an STL, summa cum laude, by Regis College, Toronto, and in 1996, he was awarded a PhD in systematic theology from St. Michael's College, the Toronto School of Theology, for the dissertation, The Development of Bernard Lonergan's Notion of the Dialectic of History, a study of his writings, 1938-1953. In the period of 1996-2006, Gerard returned to work in Kenya. He taught practical, systematic, and fundamental theology in Hekima College, the Jesuit School of Theology in Nairobi, and during 2000-2006 was parish priest of St. Joseph the Worker Parish in a poor area of Nairobi. During these years, served as a member of the Commission on Ecumenism for the Kenyan Episcopal Conference and functioned as an advisor to the Apostolic Nuncio to Kenya in representing the Holy See to activities of the United Nations centered at Nairobi. And in 2007, Gerard was assigned to teach in the Faculty of Theology at the Pontifical Gregorian University Rome. There he taught pastoral theology at STB level and fundamental theology at STL level until 2010, after which he taught only fundamental theology. In 2010, he was appointed director of the Lonergan project at the Gregorian. In 2015, he was nominated a Professor Extraordinario. In 2021, he was appointed director of the Department of Fundamental Theology of the Theology Faculty. In 2023, he was appointed moderator of the Licentiate in Comparative Christian Traditions and Ecumenical Studies. Other commitments include the following. He is a member of the Laudato Si Observatory in the Gregorian University, and in June 2022, helped to organize an international conference, Transitioning to Integral Ecology, Transdisciplinary Approaches for the Grounding and Implementation of a Holistic Worldview. In 2012, he was appointed Ecclesiastical Assistant to the World Union of Catholic Women's Organizations by the Pontifical Council for the Laity, a position he held until 2022. So this is curriculum vitae of Reverend Gerard K. Whelan, Jesuit, and we all are invited to give applause for him. Welcome to this conference, and thank you. So I would like to give the next 50 minutes for your presentation, Professor Whelan, and I'll be sitting duck here. I'll be listening to you. And everyone here also will pay his and her attention to his presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
It's a delight to see you again. I've no doubt that it is you who's there. As you know, last July I had the honor of visiting Indonesia for 3 weeks and spending a good deal of time in Parahyangan University and meeting with your department there. So with 50 minutes, I'm thinking I don't have to use all the 50 minutes with my talk, but I can leave times for questions. Is that right, Father Tejo?
No. So 50 minutes is all yours.
Okay.
And then after we will have a question and answer for both keynote speakers later.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Let me start without further ado. I'm thinking that you can see this. So the title of my talk, the Identity, Culture and Theology Towards a World Cultural Humanity, the contribution of Robert Doran. I don't mean to be narcissistic, but the fact is my next slide is more on my autobiography. I simply want to point out that obviously the tone of this conference, the title of the conference, calls into question over rigid notions of identity. And the reason I mentioned these 3 dimensions of my quote, identity, unquote, is that they're all fluid. That they all stress the fluidity of identity. To have grown up as an Irish Catholic, as I did in the 1960s as a child, 70s, 80s, obviously, before I left, in fact, living in Ireland, was to live, in a time of basic, secure identity as an Irish Catholic, and we thought we knew what that meant. It had a lot of political resonance. It was very connected to Irish Catholic nationalism. Ireland got independence in 1922, and the rhetoric of the politics was that, the British were Protestant and the Catholics were, the nationalists were Irish. So it was a Catholic Protestant movement for independence. And then there was the complication that the country got independence apart from 6 counties in the north of Ireland, where there was a majority Protestant, which meant automatically they were loyalist to London. Just to note, my grandparents on my mother's side, they met and married when they were rebels in a guerrilla war for independence, what we call the Irish War of Independence, and of course what the British called terrorism. However, on the fluidity point, that identity has largely collapsed in Ireland at this stage. There's been a crisis of the Catholic Church connected with sexual abuse issues, connected with the degree of political power the Catholic Church had for 20, 30 years in the newly independent Ireland. The distinctions of Protestant and Catholic are even shifting in Northern Ireland, where the politics continues to be tense. So to be an Irish Catholic has become a rather fluid thing. But anyway, I haven't actually lived in Ireland since, I'm embarrassed to tell younger students because I'm of a certain age, but since 1985, I have not actually lived in Ireland. And this has included 14 years of work in Kenya and Zambia, as you know. Let me just point out to something regarding what I witness about identity as being fluid in Kenya, for example. Now obviously, I have never claimed to be an African theologian, and I don't speak for Africa. But nevertheless, just one little image. In our parish, it was very, very big. In a poor area, the slums of Nairobi. The language of the parish was Swahili, which was not the mother tongue of anybody in the parish. It's a related language, Bantu language, with a lot of Arabic in it. But there were different ethnic groups within the parish, and on Sunday, the magnificent African liturgies could go on for 2 hours, singing and dancing. But there could be a great deal of tension about the language of the songs that were being sung in the choir. Which mother tongue was being used, and there were real issues of domination, resentment at issue between the different ethnic groups. We had many ethnic groups, but it came down to 2 very large ethnic groups being the larger proportion just in our part of the city. So mediating what language the songs were sung in and trying to give a sense of balance was one of my tasks as pastor of that parish. Third point, doctoral studies in Bernard Lonergan's philosophy of history. This will inform my talk. Lonergan's big principle is that, well, world culture is moving from a classicist outlook, a basic horizon, to a basic horizon of making meaning that is based on historical consciousness. And his philosophy of history is an effort at a historically conscious way of performing social analysis and way of finding space for a Christian theology. So it's, you might say, negotiating the fluidity and the historicity of identity is at that level that is really fundamental theology, epistemology, theological method. That's what I'm up to academically. And it was always, when I was teaching theology in Nairobi, my hope was that I wasn't claiming to be an African theologian, but I was training African theologians of the future, giving them the intellectual instruments to do their theology. And I've now been 18 years in Rome, and that's what I still do. I have a great joy of having a number of doctoral students from the global south, and it's giving them the sort of heuristic tools that I'm about to describe. To go back and do theology in their countries is one of the most meaningful things that I do, the way I understand myself in my present incarnation. So as I move to talk about my title and what I'm offering in this talk, I want to spend a bit of time not just with the title of the conference, but with the background paper. This is just a printout. To take very seriously the kind, the question put to me by the organizers of the conference. Reimagining identity and the sense of caution about over rigid notions of identity as defining who we are, and a stress on the relational rather than a fixed identity is what we're being asked to treat, I think, we speakers. So I now just quote from the background paper, or the background explanation that was associated with the call for papers for this conference. A random quotation from sentences in the background. What if theories of identity have cut our identity from the other? What if there is no such thing as the particularity of one's identity, because everybody is connected and cannot be separated? We might stop creating theories because then we see the movement of our identities. Identities smash into one another in such a fascinating way that we cannot fathom the myriad of adjustments happening in real time, all because of relationships, ! Do we really care how to describe who we are, as if it really matters in the near-term relationship? We cannot construct identity, but perhaps we can see its purpose and movement in the Aristotelian sense of the words. Reimagining identity beyond the conceptual formulations and towards the relationships experienced in conversations. Our identities are transformed by conversations. We cannot prove the particularity of identity with some formulations. So that message is clear, I think. But I'd like to now read some of the end of the background discussion. Do you notice a tension between the sentences I've just read and the following sentences? We have prepared a set of guiding questions to assist you in directing your attention towards the topic at hand. 1. In the contemporary era of interconnection, Christians face the challenge of establishing a firm sense of identity, both as individuals and as members of a church. How may Christians today attain certainty and conviction regarding their Christian identity? 2. What kind of ecclesiology could potentially arise from the dialogue between theologians and representatives of local culture? 3. I won't be treating this so much, but of course I did work in an urban environment in Kenya. How may systematic theology address the necessity for a revised comprehension of identity in the light of the emergence of urban societies? 4. In contemporary times, how do adherents of Christianity comprehend and affirm the concepts and teachings espoused by the church? So I'd like to suggest to you that there is a tension here. The fluidity of relationship, of identity determined more by relationship in the everyday than by the formulation of theories of identity is one strong emphasis and something we can all identify with. But I consider these last questions to be in tension, provoking philosophical and theological questions that exist in tension with that first statement of really reducing stress on identity as formulated and stressing relationality. Now, just to continue the sense of taking the question seriously, I have a let me just step away from that for a moment. Instead of just offering my opinions very directly, I have been trying to prepare for this talk by dipping into Indonesian philosophy and theology. I do a little advertising for Father Tejo here. Always good to keep your chairman happy in a discussion. I'll be quoting that a little bit. So a catechetical, yes, indeed, congratulations to him. I love this book. A catechetical exploration of church images among Catholics in Java, Sundanese and Javanese. Otherwise, I just have a set of photocopies, but they basically come from Melintas, your theological journal. Here, the Ignatius Sugiharto, Bambang Sugiharto, is prominent in the articles that I've been reading. Although there's an article by, do I have his name here? A man who wrote on the Sundanese, culture, revisiting not only Javanese culture, but revisiting Sundanese as well. So I notice the same tensions, I want to say, in the articles and the books that I read from Indonesian authors. I think it's the same difference, as they say. I think that, in fact, the organizers of your conference include the people that I've been reading. So let me just notice now I know that Tejo and do I call Professor Sugiharto? There's no shorter name, I'm not sure, for him. I was saved by the abbreviations of Indonesian names from having to pronounce them. Anyway, Javanese epistemology revisited, and then Tejo co-publishes with Sugiharto, I know. But a stress on, now do I have that? Go back to my, the themes very close to the background paper I find in the writings of Professor Sugiharto. So I'm back to share screen, I hope. So Indonesian identity as relational, the notion of rasa, if I pronounce it correctly. So I'm reading from this Javanese epistemology revisited, and I'm just repeating the same point really that I've already made regarding the background paper. But let's just look at some texts. First of all, Javanese epistemology, characterized in no small degree by rasa, the sensibility that leads to knowing the right virtues and behaving in accordance with one's duty and place in society. Particular virtues cherished by the Javanese are non-attachment. I'm not going to try to read the words in Indonesian, rila. Grateful acceptance of one's lot, mindfulness, patience, solicitude, and humility. In social relationships, it is considered important to respect what others feel, and above all, not to do what might hurt others. So clearly then, this is relational. It's in another party, Professor Sugiharto stresses the aesthetic of living. It's an aesthetic epistemology often. And so it doesn't go for the kind of conceptual formulations of identity in the way a Western kind of cultural approach does. So that's clearly in tune with the first part of the background paper. But I was so struck by the final paragraph of the 2 paragraphs of this article. When this cultural wisdom is translated into politics, however, the tranquility of fine order and harmony can easily take on the serene order of the cemetery. Since rebellious behavior, straightforward criticism, and openness of conflict are disgraceful and gross, kasar, to the rule of order, violence seems to be warranted. The end justifies the means. I move down a little. Thus, Javanese epistemology, which amounts to ethics, and even to aesthetics in its primacy of refinement and elegance, in fact today has to face its own paradox and dilemma. Unless it is re-elaborated in terms of critical modern rationality, it will not be able to realize its own dangers and opportunities. Today, Western modern rationality may be considered bankrupt and trapped in its own verbal conceptual framework, and hence a cul-de-sac. However, modern rationality is an ethos of incessant autocriticism. As an ethos of autocriticism is perhaps indispensable and has to be faced inevitably by any particular framework that is glocal in radical changes. Glocal, you're maybe familiar with that terminology, the global and the local. So I hope you see that the same tension is emerging, because we're talking about a rationality involved in self-criticism. The stress on relationality and on, well, as I want to put it, there is the challenge to normativity, even when we are very respectful of the intrinsic relationality of and historicity of identity. It seems we do want to guide the cultural process. And in the case of this philosophical article, it is a cultural process of just modern state, national unity in Indonesia, which needs some sort of updating of certain tendencies in the traditional epistemology, aesthetic epistemology. So by what means, by what instruments, by what principles do we bring to bear this normative influence that's trying to guide culture? My second example of noticing these sort of tensions is in this book. In a sense, the tension is less obvious, but the desire for normativity is very evident in the whole structure of Father Tejo's book. Allow me a digression. You've given me so much time to talk. I used Father Tejo's talk a couple of weeks ago in a meeting with Jews, with Christian Jewish dialogue about the different ways to contextual reading of the scriptures. And what I did was then read from this Father Tejo's discussion of the way scriptural images are either accepted or not by Catholics in Java. A basic principle of the book was that Catholicism has been robust and relatively successful in its less than 200 years really of expansion and existence. So something is working. So he does this whole empirical study of, well, what is the imagination world of these two parishes, Sundanese and Javanese, that he's studying? What images work for them? And he certainly notes that they're often not the images that are the official catechesis, and not least pre-Vatican II. Something was successful, but there was a certain selection going on by ordinary people from the catechesis they were receiving. However, he adopts a normative position of the theologian concerned with Christian evangelization when he says, how can catechesis do better? It's not simply that we abandon all of the other images and just accept the images that are already accepted by the people. There's an element of how can we engage with culture yet better as the catechists of the church in ways that, well, you know, they're normative and they will imply a certain prophetic challenging of culture, but then it has to be accepted by the people. So the search for the images that are appropriate for catechesis in Indonesia, that's my understanding of his book. So in this case, he chooses one of the images that he produces as worthy of further catechesis. Maybe it's not used a huge amount by the people, but it could work, and it could be better in performing the normative task of evangelization. So it's, in this case, it's the text of Romans 11:13-24, the olive tree, the grafted olive branch onto the olive tree. If you all remember that image, for St. Paul, the Christians are a grafted branch onto the basic tree. The basic tree is Judaism. The grafting on is Christians in general, but above all, actually, Gentile Christians. And St. Paul had his reasons for talking to that, because the Roman community were experiencing tension between Gentile Christians and Jewish Christians. And of course, that tension was existential for him. It's his life as a converted rabbi. So I'm now reading from Tejo, from Father Tejo. What images of the church in catechesis in Java can bridge the gap between the traditional concepts of the church as taught in the actual catechesis and the believer's culturally embedded images in a way that is not contradictory to the Bible? We see that accommodativeness and hospitality characterizing the local communities in Java can give rise to an image of a space for cultural applicable interpretations, as found in Romans 11:13-24. The importance of this image lies exactly in the wholeness of the olive tree. Even if this community is still grafted with local and perceptible cultural elements, it will find the ways and space to adjust them so as to share in the riches of the root, that is, the life and love of Jesus Christ. So just notice, I was talking about this in this Jewish context, where two Jews who are very aware of this text, and the rabbis in the early centuries quite liked it, at least some of them, as relating to giving a friendly, organic account of the relationship of Judaism to Christianity. That was the point of a Jewish theologian who was using this text. My point in that conference was to say contextual readings of Scripture are possible and valid. And here are two different examples of a Jewish reading of St. Paul, which I won't go into the details of what the rabbis were doing, but they changed the actual direct meaning of the text and used it contextually and in a very appropriate, harmonious way for the relationship between the religions. But now Father Tejo is basically changing the use of the image, because now the grafted branch become the people of Indonesia, Javanese culture, Sundanese culture, etc. So it's not all Christians to the Jewish trunk. It's Javanese, Indonesian culture, and then the trunk really is Jesus Christ in this imagery. So I hope I do justice to what Father Tejo was saying, but all I want to stress here is that in this theological book, Father Tejo does not hesitate to adopt a normative position with respect to culture. And he's claiming that really the people that he has been empirically studying in the two different parishes, they do this anyway. They know that there is going to be a Christian evangelization of culture, that there are certain emphases that the gospel approves of in culture, and other aspects of culture that can be gently left behind. So again, I've taken a long time now to try to provoke the question. And now I move to my next points about. There's a certain sense in which I'm only beginning my talk now, and I've already been going for 20 minutes. Can I change? I won't emphasize this, but it's just I'm trying to amplify that there can be a problem here if we so emphasize the relationality at the expense of identity, we can head towards problems. Some of these articles have quoted this book by Catherine Tanner, who is a theologian who articulates a postmodern view of cultural analysis and talks about how we can use this theologically. She's USA, Protestant, Yale, Chicago. Without going in, well, let me just briefly, I did prepare all of these, the critique of rigid identity. She gives, I think, 5 basic critiques that postmodern philosophers make. Now, she's really saying the modern philosophy and certain approaches to Christian theology is accused in the following way by postmodern philosophers. The charge of inattention to historical process against cultures as internally consistent wholes, against consensus in culture, thinking that culture will always be full of consensus, against culture as a principle of social order, against the primacy of cultural stability, seems to be the same point really, against cultures as sharply bounded, self-contained units. So now, without going into a huge amount of quotations from her, it seems to me that she's very strong on saying you can never conceptualize identity, and that it's radically non-metaphysical, at least the postmodern authors that she's saying. There are no truth claims. You cannot conceptualize questions of cultural identity. You can only study the fluidity of cultural identity. And so the question of how to be normative regarding your approach to culture seems to be absent from the postmodern philosophers that are being quoted here. That's really all I want to say. I want to therefore ask, is there not a problem if we're claiming to want to be normative, let's say in the creation of national unity in Indonesia, or in the yet deeper evangelization of culture as a Christian evangelization, is there not a need for some kind of metaphysics that avoids the 5 criticisms, which is basically the ahistorical abstract approach to metaphysics? But is it not the case that truth claims and some normative sense of where culture should go in the future, some sort of normative ethics, requires some attentiveness to metaphysics that certain kind of postmodern philosophers cannot provide? Okay, so only now does my proposal begin. Now, I'm faced with a big dilemma with this talk, as with all of my teaching, to be honest. But I'm trying to communicate now in a few minutes some of the essential parts of this very heavy book. It's called Theology and the Dialectics of History, Robert Doran. I've explained that I've done my doctorate on Bernard Lonergan, and they're both very close. You might say 80% of Bob Doran is Bernard Lonergan. Bob Doran was my doctoral director. He died 3 years ago, I think. So I want to present just an introduction to the rather demanding thought of Robert Doran based on Lonergan. Again, the reason that I've taken so long before I even start on this is I find with my students, if they don't have the question that pushes them to epistemology, to somehow go deeper, I want to say philosophically, if they're still in a stage which is admirable of pastoral energy, and assuming we know what we should be doing and let's get off to do it. Why are you talking about epistemology, foundational horizon? the method in theology, the importance of historical consciousness, if they don't have some personal questions to which this sort of thinking proposes to offer an answer, then my teaching loses its anchor. I've lost my audience. So I've made a series of 12 proposals. So you see, my time is cut out for me. I'll obviously go quickly. I have to try to give an overview of Bob Doran's proposal. But as I've been explaining, there's a certain sense in which this proposal 1 is the most important of my 12 proposals. Correct the mistakes of the modern turn to the subject by completing this turn, not by abandoning it. So this is a way of, well, fulfilling the hopes of postmodernity, Doran insists, but identifying a major problem if attentiveness to the subject is ignored in the name of avoiding the mistakes of modernity. So I won't be quoting much from Doran because it takes so long, but here's one quotation that pertains to this proposal 1. The consciousness that is frequently called postmodern is the product of the aforementioned failure of the modern philosophical differentiation of consciousness to come to term. Such consciousness is constituted by a radical despair over the subject as foundation, and in some instances by the call for the dissolution of the subject. And the imminent danger in such circles as Catholic theology and philosophy is that seeing this final nihilistic upshot of the failure of the modern turn to the subject, they will renounce the modern philosophic differentiation altogether in favor either of some dogmatic reversion to objectivism or of some lazy tolerance masking itself as open-minded pluralism. These seem to be the main roads traveled by Catholic philosophy and theology today. So he's trying to make a proposal that can help resolve the tension in the background paper between respecting the historicity of culture and being capable of some sort of Christian normative comment on where culture is going. Subjectivity is dialectic, spirit and psyche. So once you accept that the turn to the subject is important, I had a quotation here from Bernard Lonergan, who also says, there are some theological questions for which the development of the theologian himself or herself is key. Another line, he says, well, are doctrines rigid and irrelevant? He says, well, it depends on the theologian interpreting them. So back to this, so if we can accept that some kind of turn to self-appropriation is appropriate and doesn't mean necessarily that we have to fall into those 5 sins that Catherine Turner identifies about being non-historical, being abstract and metaphysical, as she would put it, then welcome. Then we are ready to talk about, well, what does self-appropriation of the subject recognize? You see, this has to do with identity, some basic characteristics of the identity of the human subject that is cross-cultural, that we can all affirm in ourselves. So subjectivity is dialectical, spirit and psyche. So Doran invites you to recognize that, well, intellectual conversion needs to be combined with what he calls psychic conversion, that we do have in us, well, the Western rationality, the capacity for what the Greek philosophers identified, of, you know, clear reason, virtue ethics that comes out of that. There's a way of recognizing, I believe, the same sort of move towards reflection and metaphysical thought in the different cultures of the world. And I would leave this up to you to relate this to Indonesian history. But as well as that sort of rational move, Doran is saying there is always cosmological meaning, the kind of attunement to nature, to symbol, to the aesthetic, that is characterized by primal peoples, is something we always need. So we have both these sides in our subjectivity. We have the psyche and self-transcending spirit. And the way of the art of living is to find the sort of creative, artistic mean middle in the drama of our living. So he will also insist that this reconciles subjectivity with objectivity. This is what intellectual conversion brings, what Lonergan stressed especially. There is a way in which the authentic subject knows truth, and you don't have to impose a category of the great theory of history, Hegelian history, for example, you can appropriate it in yourself. We are capable of moving to the normative. So obviously that would need more time, but if you are ready to talk about self-appropriation, Doran tries to help us to do it by identifying how we are a tension of spirit and psyche. He then talks about how you can move to your social analysis on the basis of your self-appropriation, basically. He employs an aspect of Marxist thought at this stage regarding social analysis. Karl Marx distinguished between the infrastructure and the superstructure, between the practicality of everyday social activities. Marx stressed the economy, but he also stressed how an ideology will legitimate the economic activity that everybody is doing. So capitalism is in the culture declared as the best for everybody, and that motivates even those who are being exploited to be committed to their economic tasks. So now Doran will disagree with a lot of Karl Marx, but he does like this analysis of culture that will distinguish a higher level of culture, which Marx calls ideology, from the everyday level of culture, which is intertwined with economic practice. So now Doran is saying that in fact, and again, you can lose students when you talk about this, but there's a dialectic of the infrastructure, there's a dialectic of the superstructure. The dialectic of community is characterized by the way practical intelligence and intersubjectivity have to find a balance with each other. So there's modernizing economics happening, and then there is, let's say, the ethnic community identity. But as economics changes, you're talking about the emergence of class intersubjective bonds and not only the original ethnic bonds. This is very real in Kenya, for example, where I lived. But notice there's a polarity, a dialectic at the level of community that is analogous to the dialectic that we recognize in ourselves. So at the level of community, practical intelligence, intersubjectivity. But at the level of culture, there's another dialectic, he insists, that is comprised of an anthropological notion of culture and a cosmological notion of culture. He draws on Eric Vogelin for this. I won't go into it, but it has to do with the sort of what the Western type of rationality was good at, the anthropological pole of culture, needing to maintain a tension with respect for nature, for the harmonies of nature that primal cultures have always been good at. So he's very critical of the way, I should have the quote, it's a pity, but what actually happened in Europe was that they overemphasized anthropological culture and practical intelligence. And this produced colonialism and racism because the Europeans were actually in denial of their own psychic side and only emphasizing their own spirit, rational side. He's proposed an ideal that there is a dialectic of the subject and that could and should move to this dialectical balance at the level of community and culture. But of course it doesn't. That we live in a situation of breakdown, of sinful individuals, unjust social structures that isolate the poor, and cultures that are out of balance. So his basic principle of evil, of understanding evil, is that it is the dialectic that should be in balance, overemphasizing one of the poles of the dialectic. So in the case of a lot of European history, you are overemphasizing the anthropological culture, the practical intelligence, and the spirit, a self-transcendent side, at the cost of psyche of the individual, the cost of intersubjectivity, and the cost of cosmological constitutive meaning. Now, if you're still with me, you're doing well. This is very dense material, but I hope you see that it is connected to something that's, starts with your self-appropriation and is a meaningful way of studying forwards. So I'll now have to go yet more quickly. If I can keep going for 5 minutes, Father Tejo. Okay, thank you. God's grace is there's a traditional Catholic theology. It is by God's grace that anybody restores the balance in this sinful world. There's an intrinsic connection between the work of God's grace healing the dialectics. First of all, healing us, but in community healing, letting us be part of a community that is healing the distorted dialectics of community and culture. He borrows from liberation theology, saying there is a way of anchoring in self-appropriation, what liberation theologians talk about, the preferential option for the poor. In many ways, it's because if you're being balanced, if you're being healed so that you refine the balance between affectivity, psyche, aesthetics, and rationality, you're going to have a sensitivity for those who have been as victimized as you were in some respects. So just to say, this outreach, this healing of yourself and society through an option for the poor is intrinsic to this account of subjectivity that Bob Doran offers. He then gives priority to, the prophet Isaiah, the suffering servant, chapter 40, as a basis for understanding Jesus, the crucified Jesus, the church in service of the poor as a way of healing the world. That comes from this fundamental analysis of how grace works in the human psyche and spirit. A heuristic theory of history, I won't go into that much, but it's implicit in what I've been saying. We anticipate that every situation is characterized by dimensions of progress, decline, and a redemption that seeks to reverse decline and promote progress. So that is the analogies of dialectic is related to this heuristic theory of history. Proposal 7, the task of religion, forming communities that help mediate a process of redemption that reverses decline and promotes progress in history. The task of theology, helping religion think. Pastoral decision-making within a religion, that forming the community with the constitutive meaning of that we're articulating at the moment. A theological mission to the academic world is also implied by this analogy of dialectic call to self-appropriation. It's interdisciplinary. Now you'll notice that we've been talking about religion, not Christianity. So there is an implication here that the other religions mediate God's grace to history as well. Only now I'm afraid, my timing has not been perfect, but I get to the real answer to imagining identity, the particular and beyond. Doran introduces a notion of the world cultural humanity as another way of, well, talking about progress, decline, and redemption in the world that we have today, which is a globalizing world. A background point here is that growth in authenticity needs small community. You don't grow humanly in your balance of psyche and spirit unless you have a fostering community to help you to do this. And in the end of the day, that will require grace working in that community because it's just so difficult to overcome sinful distortion. So redemptive small communities is the only way that individuals are going to grow, let alone having a help to the wider world. So I will finish now with this quotation, and I hope it's clear that this notion of world cultural humanity is related to the topic of this conference. The situation being addressed in our time is constituted by the option for the future that Lewis Mumford has called the option between a post-historic and a world cultural humanity. Post-historic humanity would involve the expansion of the imperialistic realities of our time into totalitarian exploits that would lock our psyches and imaginations and questioning spirit into ever more rigid straitjackets, so that one world would be realized by the power of force and violence. World cultural humanity would entail the building of a cross-cultural communitarian alternative to these imperialistic realities and totalitarian possibilities, so that one world would be constituted by the conscious appropriation of the humanum and the conscious resistance to every deprivation of the human good. In envisioning this world cultural alternative, we're not talking about a mega culture imposed on cultural particularities, but as a process of intercultural dialogue and mutual enrichment that enjoys the diversities and frees us to grow. So that's it. I hope I could have talked about world cultural humanity a little bit more in relating it to this theme of the conference, reimagining identity, the particular and beyond. Well, in this sense, the particular is the local community part of world cultural humanity. Beyond, in a sense, would be twofold. Beyond would be the fact that there has to be some agreement on basic values that is global, if there is to be a network of local communities in the global reality. But the second sense of beyond is beyond in the interior sense. Only with self-appropriation of our dialectical constitution as psyche and spirit will the ability to imagine a new future be realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So here's the applause for you. Thank you, Father Willem, for your presentation and truly inspiring for us. And I will continue the next part of our session with a presentation from Dr. Mozima. And I would like to first read his curriculum vitae. And Dr. Mozima, please allow me to summarize your curriculum vitae because it was initially how many pages? Now I turned that into 2 pages, if you allow me. So Dr. Pius Maija Mozima studies philosophy, BA, PhD, MA, PhD, political science, MA and DEA. Present job, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Visiting lecturer, Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands. His profile in keywords: African philosophy, intercultural philosophy, conceptual decolonization, interdisciplinarity, dialogue, globality, connectivity, identity, culture, social epistemic justice, inclusive development, safe environments, African political sociality, sociology, and anthropology. Higher education, bachelor in philosophy, University of Yaoundé. Postgraduate teacher's diploma in philosophy, École Normale Supérieure, University of Yaoundé. Research topic, the idea of philosophic sagacity in African philosophy, a critical evaluation of Henry Odira Oruka's such philosophy. Masters in philosophy, University of Yaoundé. Thesis, orality and writing in African philosophy, a critical evaluation of Henry Odira Oruka's methodology in such philosophy and trends in contemporary African philosophy. It says here, mention très bien. Merci. Maîtrise and Diplôme des études approfondies in political sciences, University of Yaoundé 2. ILSOA, sorry. The research topic, civil society and the democratization process in Cameroon. Doctorate in philosophy, Tilburg University. Thesis, philosophic sagacity and intercultural philosophy beyond Henry Odira Oruka. Work experience, Government High School Bali, Head of Department for Philosophy, Government High School Limbe, Head of Department for Philosophy, Government Bilingual Practicing High School, Yaoundé, Pedagogic Animator for Philosophy, Lecturer, Supervisor, Department of Philosophy, École Normale Supérieure, Bambili, University of Bamenda, Assistant Chief Examiner for Philosophy, Cameroon General Certificate of Education Board, Lecturer, Supervisor, Faculty of Arts, Department of Philosophy, University of Bamenda, Lecturer, National Advanced School of Engineering, Department of Computer Engineering, University of Yaoundé. Co-teacher African Philosophy, Wageningen University and Research, the Netherlands. Prizes received funding, grant applications, research grants and prizes. Volkswagen Foundation Grants, Workshop Travel Grant. Gruen Berlin, Workshop Travel Grant. Ozigwe Anyam Ozigwe Foundation, University of Ibadan, Conference Travel Grant. Goethe Institute, Point Sud, Lasdel. Research grant on local courts. African Studies Center Leiden, PhD research funding. Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, Conference Travel Grant, Carnegie Corporation of New York Conference Travel Grant, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam Senior Research Fellowship, and Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam Clue Plus Senior Research Fellowship. Membership in scholarly and professional associations, Reticulum Intercontinental PhD Students Past and Present in Intercultural Philosophy Coordinator. African Studies Center Leiden, the Netherlands, community member. International Society for African Philosophy and Studies member. African Philosophy Society member. African Intercultural Philosophy Study Group, the Netherlands member. The Bernard van Loon Society member. Cameroon Anglophone Philosophy Teachers Association, Secretary General. Cameroon Bioethics Initiative member. Caribbean Philosophical Association member. Conversational School of Philosophy, University of Calabar, Nigeria, member. Council for Research in Values and Philosophy, member. Those are the curriculum vitae. And I would like to give the next 50 minutes to Dr. Osima. The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Are you getting me? Good morning, everyone. Tejo, hello.
We said good morning, yes. We said good morning, yeah. Please, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am very happy to be here this morning. It's still very early in the Netherlands. It's just a couple of minutes after 7. And I am sorry, I initially had this presentation planned. I didn't know there was a massive time difference between here and Indonesia, but I think it's all right. And I'm so sorry, I have a very lengthy slides, and it's deliberate because my language, English is not my first language. English is a foreign language, and so my pronunciation, as most Africans, is not very good. So permit me if I wouldn't pronounce very well, so but you can read from the screens. I think you have it. Thank you, Father Whelan, as well. Thank you, Stephanos, and all the members of the organizing community. It's really good. It's really I'm highly elated to do this presentation, and I would like to say my identity. I come from Cameroon, as Father Tejo has brilliantly read, and I come from the English part of Cameroon. Specifically, my town is Boya, and in Cameroon we had the Portuguese who came. You know, the Portuguese came, and when the Portuguese came, they saw a river, and in this river, they saw lots of crayfish or prawns. So they called the river Rio dos Cameros. That is a river of prawns. So we were identified as crayfish. So that's how the name Cameroon came about, Rio dos Cameros. And so that's where I was born in Boya. When the Germans came as well, they called the town Ligbeya. Ligbeya is called today Boya. The Ligbeya means a place of work where the Germans thought they could work. And I grew up in Boya. When the British and the French came as well, I wasn't in 1917-24. Cameroon was divided between the British and the French, and like I said, I come from the English part of Cameroon, and I'm giving this deliberately because these linguistic differences, these linguistic colonial heritages have played a great part in our identities. And so from Boya, I studied in the minor seminary. So Father Whelan, I'm very comfortable with most of the things you say about Kenya and Zambia. And I studied in the minor seminary in Boya, where we had Dutch priests who came there. The Mill Hill missionaries were very present in Cameroon. And some of them are buried there right in my village, and they opened us many schools, lots of things that happened there. And so after my secondary education in the minor seminary in Boya, I moved over to French Cameroon to study philosophy. And I studied philosophy just in French and political science in French. And when I finished, I had to move over to the Netherlands to do a PhD in philosophy at the Erasmus University, Rotterdam. And that's where we had this network with your colleague and friend, Stephanos Jonathan. And when I finished, I couldn't defend there in Rotterdam because our professor lost rights. He was retired. So that's how I got to Tilburg University. But since I finished my PhD in Tilburg University, I keep coming to this country every year, and so often guest fellowship, guest lectures. And so for now, I am associated with the Vrije University of Amsterdam, Wageningen University, as already mentioned, and the Leiden University, of course, where I teach several courses like African philosophy, political theory from the global south, intercultural philosophical hermeneutics, and philosophy and decolonization. So much of my research on African philosophy, focuses on sage philosophy, indigenous knowledge systems, and I try to see how these indigenous knowledge systems can, what they can contribute to other available knowledge systems or wisdom traditions across the globe. So I don't know if you are seeing my screen. I tried to share it last time. I don't know if it's visible. Is it visible there?
Not yet.
Okay, let me try. Okay, is it okay now?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, so that said, when this invitation was sent to me, I thought of this topic being African and human, normalizing intercultural and plural existence. And my main aim was to look at identity and all what I've been going through as a person, as a scholar, And I thought it is very important to discuss this because we live in a global world today. We live in a world of interconnectedness. And so we need to take a critical look at what is happening as far as identity is concerned. And so in the contemporary world, this concept of identity has become a central theme in various academic disciplines, including philosophy, theology, sociology, anthropology, and cultural studies. You know, it's a complex issue and it takes several dimensions, several perspectives. And so when we look at how the world obtains today, what happens in the world today, you see that there is the tendency for one identity to kind of dominate. And so in this paper, I try to reimagine this phenomenon and see how the African human, the African person is problematized due to Eurocentrism, racism, colonialism, and the implications this has on philosophy and on our identity. And so I start from this basis of Eurocentrism and Western hegemony, and also present the African responses to these claims. But you know, this tension we cannot stay without addressing this tension, and that's why at the end of the day, I would argue for an intercultural philosophy as the philosophy of the future. So I think intercultural philosophy is very important if we have to reimagine identity. So it is common in Africa. It is common wherever you go. Who are you? You know, people want to know who you are. They want to know your identity. And so identity is a very fundamental aspect in human existence. It shapes the way the individual perceives themselves and the way they interact with those around them. And so philosophically, when we talk of identity, you are referring to the sameness and continuity of a being or entity over time. It is the relation that each thing bears in itself. And we look at personal identity and social identity. So this distinction is made because before we look at identity, it's good to make such a distinction. And today, scholars are trying to transcend these specific markers and embrace a much more expansive understanding of human identity. And like I mentioned, since we live in global times, globalization, you know, it points to oneness and oneness of humanity and the contemporary interrelationships of humankind. So recent globalization has largely resulted in the blurring of this ideal typical difference between Africa and the North Atlantic region. So because we are living in this globalizing age, that it is very important, like I mentioned, to rethink what identity means. And so it is therefore logical that, like every branch of human life, philosophy today is also affected by this phenomenon of globalization. And so we need to create new concepts, because only new concepts can form adequate solutions to the problems that are emerging within contemporary society. The need for creating new concepts in philosophy is a truism of relevance because of uncertainties and the incompatibility of intercultural situations in the contemporary world. So to reimagine identities involves fostering a dynamic dialogue that accommodates both particularity and universality without privileging one over the other and fostering in a bid to foster solidarity. So this reimagination invites individuals and societies to transcend fixed notions of identity, like Father William was saying, by embracing fluidity, hybridity, and intersectionality in shaping their self-conceptions and relations with others. So it's very important to look at it from that perspective. Okay, so but what has actually been the African or the Asian identity? That's the crucial question. What have we conceived as identity? When I was mentioning my early life from Boya with the Portuguese, the Germans, the British, and the French, it was just to show you that what we have had, what we have conceived as philosophy, what we have conceived as theology, as sociology, as our identity, has been largely shaped by the Western canon, has been largely shaped from a Western perspective. And it's important to note here that what we have had has turned around the Western canon. And so in philosophy, we think of canons as something that should be known. You can think of a canon as a collection of books that someone presents to you and tells you you ought to read this to be a cultured individual. So that gives you identity. These are a body of text, narratives, and which writers consider to be the most important and influential in a particular time or place. So the canon's main purpose, like the case of Christianity, was to centralize Christian teaching and worship behind one collection of books. You know, we also talk of canonization, when you are good and they see some values in you, you become a model, you become a saint. So, but in Western scholarship, I have read many of these canonic texts from Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Descartes, Hegel, Kant, and you name it. And we were obliged to read English literature like Shakespeare, Chaucer, William Wordsworth, John Milton. Et comme j'ai fait le français aussi, je pouvais lire Molière, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, tous les textes en français. And so these Western canons were taken to be the norm. They were the paradigm. And I just asked the question here, do you know any African or Asian canons? That's a question I think we should ask ourselves. And so it is from this perspective that I argue that Eurocentrism has been so pervasive and persuasive. And it is this pervasion that has shaped much of African or Asian identities, because Europe was seen as a canon, and this Eurocentrism in philosophy dominated. And what is Eurocentrism all about? It is Eurocentrism in philosophy sees Europe as the exclusive, sees Europe as the canon of philosophical writing. Eurocentrism maintains that philosophy of a high standard exists only in the North Atlantic. It was all over Europe, from the time of Locke and Hume, Voltaire, Hugo, etc. So for the dissemination of Eurocentrism, the idea of progress is very important. This idea means that world history as a whole, with all its relevant developments, come to its absolute peak in Europe, in the second half of the 18th century. So Europe is a standard within which all different phenomena in space and time get their places as historic stadia. Europe of this period of time understands itself as superior with regard to all other times and cultures. So Europe defines science, defines what philosophy is supposed to be. Now, what are the major features of Eurocentrism? First of all, the Eurocentric canon is a canon that attributes truth only to the Western way of knowledge production. It is a canon that disregards other epistemic traditions, what Leader Alcoff calls epistemic injustice. It's a kind of disrespecting, a kind of not seeing any dignity in what others are doing. And all of this is just basically epistemic ignorance. Secondly, it is a canon that tries to portray colonialism as a normal form of social relations between humans, rather than a system of exploitation and oppression. And here I'll cite Cameroonian political scientist Asih Mbembe, who talks much about the post-colony. I think we'll discuss that later on. So epistemic colonialism is justified as a consequence of this thinking, resulting in African philosophy being excluded, marginalized from genuine knowledge and values. Thirdly, Eurocentric epistemic traditions are traditions that claim detachment of the known from the knower. They rest on a division between mind and world, between reason and nature, as an ontological a priori. Detachment of the knower results in the knower being detached from his or her own environment, culture, identity, and even from her own self in the name of philosophizing. So fourthly, there are traditions in which the knowing subject is enclosed in itself and peeks out at the world of objects and produces supposedly objective knowledge of these objects. The knowing subject is thus able, we are told, to know the world without being part of it. You can sit in Europe and construct what is happening in Asia. This kind of thinking allows African Asian philosophies to be done without due regard for African conditions and identity, since the model under use is a Cartesian reasoning process that disregards sense perception. Eurocentric thinking by all standards is able to produce knowledge that is supposed to be universal, objective, and rational, and independent of the context. So without looking at the African context, you just dictate what happens. And so having seen these major features of Eurocentrism, let us touch one of these top Eurocentric and racist scholars in Hegel. In his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel differentiates between three forms of philosophy and what he calls proper or true philosophy. He describes Indian philosophy, cosmology as mythology, because even though you find some reflection, it is mostly combined with arbitrariness of fantasy and superficial representations. The science of logic and rationality is limited to Western philosophy. And so what Hegel does at one point is to construct a certain geography of reason where Europe is at the center, and in Africa, he cuts up North Africa, Tunisia, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco. And for him, sub-Saharan Africa is just black, it's just darkness, it's just savagery. We shall come back to that. And so Hegel's thought as an ideological justification for colonialism and slavery, because when he said, when he excludes Africa, it justified colonialism, it justified slavery, and it gave this urge to fundamentally transform Africans as European things and give them a certain European identity. So only free citizens of Europe have rights. The colonized areas are for him something like the sea, an empty space into which the dynamics of the civil society can penetrate and impose a particular European way of thinking. So he argued that sub-Saharan Africans have no high cultures and had made no contributions to world history and civilization. And these racist assertions concerning the question of philosophy and culture in Africa could be summed up in 7 theses: that Africa is static, Africa is primitive, Africa is without history, Africa is profligate, Africa is savage, Africa has no proper philosophy, and Africa is a culturally homogeneous continent with no identity. They had to be transformed into fundamentally European construct. And so this polarization influenced further racialist stereotypes that we find in other scholars like Martin Heidegger, Immanuel Kant, David Hume, and an armchair anthropologist like Levi Bruhl claimed that Africa is this dark continent with primitive knowledge systems, savage and mentally deficient, as the other, with nothing in common with the West. So the notion of otherness is very important because, it is the Western identity that thrives. And so the other ones are primitive, they are savage, they are pre-logical. Now, like Father Whelan was saying, colonialism did not, Eurocentrism did not only justify colonialism, racism, and slavery, but they used anthropology, as a way of, fostering this mercantilistic ideology and influence Eurocentric prejudices about so-called primitive peoples. The Western power knowledge system, Michel Foucault is cited here, had far-reaching implications for the constitution of knowledge about African realities. So the whole idea of anthropology was to study the other, to study non-Western people. And so anthropology was there to problematize the humaneness of other continents, especially Africa, where I come from. Now, it was anthropology and Western hegemony that gave Europe a kind of what I call here the expansion of the Western particular, you know, because hegemony is just a particular which is universalized. And so they denied any attributes of humanity to the colonized peoples, and this dehumanization was achieved by physical and mental violence. There is this top scholar, Frantz Fanon, I think we need to read him to understand this. And so with colonialism, the colonized order became uprooted from his being. What the French say it so well, they became the déracinés. You know, they uproot you from your roots. In French, racine means roots. So to déraciner somebody means to take up that person from their roots. You know, it was all about exploitation and suppression and the use of a certain language, a certain logic and grammar to perpetuate this exploitation, perpetuate this déracinement. So consequently, it led to the destruction of African religions, the destructions of African political institutions, and it looted African art and placed Africa, in fact, completely out of history from what Hegel has said. And so the issue of an identity is all a Western construct, you know. So, moreover, I just mentioned above, there was this issue of otherness, binaries, you know, that were also imposed on Africa, these categories, Western categories, distinction between man and woman, master and slave, human and nature, mind, body, etc. These categories have to be endorsed. And it is crucial here to understand, if we take off time to go beyond these Western categories, we will realize that most of the problems in the globe today could be sorted out, because in Africa, there is no clear-cut distinction between humans and nature. And I'm so happy Father William already mentioned, in Africa, it is in Asia, it is relational. In Africa as well, it is relational. We shall come to that because of, during perhaps the question and answer. And so, with the expansion of the Western particular, it also led to epistemic injustice, a kind of marginalization and ignorance through Eurocentric practices and curricula. It was all about an epistemology of ignorance. You heard me mention here that I studied in English, I studied in French, I know some Latin, for example, we were taught in the minor seminary, you know, but there was nothing about the African language, there was nothing about indigenous languages, whereas these languages are very important. If you want to define a person, you know, when you take up the language of that person, it's a completely different mindset. I think when we come to discussions, I will elaborate more on that. Moreover, and the most fundamental one, is that we were all endorsed, we're all supposed to have a mastery of the colonial library. We're all supposed to read just the colonial library, what they call in French, la bibliothèque coloniale. But what was this library? This library was just a library with hidden realities in which Europe posed as the superior location of knowledge, seeking to impose European cogito on the invented radical order. The colonial library now becomes an instrumental body of knowledge in which the order becomes an object to be studied and understood on the one hand, and a medium in which the order reveals its wholeness to the allerging gaze of a master who guarantees his civilization through colonialism, slavery, apartheid. So if we had to read through this colonial library because it was this expansion of the particular. Now, all what I have been trying to say is that the whole issue of an African identity has just been a fundamentally Western construct. And now there were approaches, there were African ways of responding to this. Africans try to respond to this. And among African philosophers, they group themselves in two major schools. You have the so-called professional philosophers and the ethno-philosophers, or the particularist philosophers. Now, these so-called professional philosophers are those who had studied in Europe, who had understood Western philosophy so well, and they came and they were top professors on the continent in those days. I will mention a few, for example, Kwasi Wiredu from Ghana, who had passed, Peter Bodurin from Nigeria, who had passed as well, Henry Odera Oruka from Kenya. I think Stephanos is very knowledgeable about Henry Odera Oruka from Kenya, who passed as well. And Pauline Huntonji, who was buried just last week in Cotonou in Benin. And all what they thought African philosophy would be, or to respond to this construction, was to align to the universalist paradigm, was to align to the Western conception of philosophy with its so-called tenets of objectivity, rationality, and universality. And so they claim to do good African philosophy, you must follow the Western paradigm, and that you must only write down this philosophy. And so they excluded African oral traditions. But, you can't talk of a community of people without writing. You wouldn't think they don't have a philosophy because they didn't write it down, We come from essentially oral cultures. There were a few written traditions on the continent anyway, but much of this philosophy is oral. It is through the verb. It is through rituals. It is through practices. And so to study this philosophy, you need to take time to understand these oral traditions very well. And so the modernist philosophers, still reflecting on the Western conception of an identity, the Western conception of philosophy, thought that philosophy had to write its own memoir, that philosophy had to create a library. And so this was a major problem. So even though they claimed to be reconstructing an African identity, it was just endorsing or following the Western colonial logic. Moreover, who is the archetype philosopher for the Western mind, for these modern philosophers? It is the individual. It is the cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. It is the I, But in Africa, wisdom traditions, philosophy is not something individual. It's a collective thing. There is this phrase we use in Africa. I was almost using this as the title of my presentation, Ubuntu in Southern Africa. A person is a person through other persons. And I think Father Whelan should be knowledgeable, of course. Father Whelan should know John Beatty from Kenya. I am because you are. Since you are, therefore I am. This all stresses the relationality, stresses the interconnectedness, it stresses African communal thought. And so you can't limit philosophy just to an identity. And the so-called professional philosophers also said, oh no, you can't have philosophy from an African culture, that religious beliefs, cannot be a source of philosophy. Now, all of this is to show that, the whole idea of an African philosophy, an African identity has to follow the logic of the West. I end this slide by saying, oh, that's true. The modernist mind is cross-cultural. The modernist mind is intercultural because it tries to bring, Western categories into African thought. But it is condescending, it is hegemonic, and we need to go beyond that. Now, on the other hand, beyond the modernists, there were also the traditionalists or the particularists, or what we call in Africa the ethno-philosophers. And what were these ethno-philosophers doing? The ethno-philosophers were arguing that Western thought, Western categories, Western philosophy is so dominant to the extent that it has marginalized and kept African identity, African philosophy to the background. And so their aim was to give voice to African philosophy with the kind of liberating African philosophy from an African difference, and saying Africans have a philosophy because, of course, with the Western imposition, Africans were placed in this dilemma, this psychic vacuum. Who are you? You want to follow the Western way of living, the Western way, the Western philosophy itself evolves, and you can't go back to your African roots because you have become a deracine. And this is where scholars like Leopold Sedar Senghor from Senegal came up with the notion of negritude, being black and proud of your black identity. Of course, he borrows from black consciousness of W.E. Du Bois, in America, and the Harlem Renaissance movement. And all of this shows that there has been this philosophy has always been something, intercultural. There has been this interconnectedness with other philosophical traditions. But I want to state here, I put it in capital letters here, the impact of this Belgian missionary, Placide Tempels. Placide Tempels came to Belgian Congo from Belgium, and he came there to civilize. He came avec une mission civilisatrice. He came to teach these savages. He came to Christianize these savages who had no religion. He came to preach to them and make them become, get salvation and also become civilized. But when Tempels got there, he lived among the Luba in the present-day Democratic Republic of Congo. Tempels realized, no, these people have a deep philosophy. These people are humans. These people have a philosophy of their own. And so he wrote this very good text, which looks like a canonic text from which everybody starting African philosophy has to read, Bantu philosophy. He wrote it, first of all, in Flemish. It was later translated into English, French, and today in so many languages. And what Tempels is saying, that Bantu philosophy, that the Bantus have their own philosophy, they have their own ways of conceiving philosophy. And for him, this philosophy is an ontology which tends around what he calls the vital force, la force vitale. We shall come to that. Now, even though ethno-philosophers try to give voice to an African identity, I think they became also very, very ethnocentric. They became so Afrocentric and tried to think that, Africa should remain closed on its own. But if we look at what is happening today in our global village, Africa cannot remain on its own. Africa has to dialogue with the rest of the world. And so there is also a problem here because, like I mentioned, there was this idea of a contentious conception of culture from the perspective. The ethno-philosophers think that we should, take up Africa completely out of the rest of the world. And so many theories came up, like Pan-Africanism, like negritude, like Ujamaa, and some of them claimed though there could be no dialogue with the West. And they kept accusing the West of perpetuating modern philosophers or professional philosophers, for perpetuating Western hegemony and Eurocentrism. And they claim that most of the research methods that the so-called professional philosophers use is largely tributary to Western hegemony. So having seen this tension, having seen this dilemma, this tension between the modern philosophers, the so-called professional philosophers and the ethno-philosophers in Africa, there is a problem. Where do we go from here? Because you see, the professional philosophers are insisting that the best way to do philosophy is to align to the West. And the ethno-philosophers think that the best way to do philosophy is to totally reject the West, to stay away and put your own boundary. Now, this brings us to a crucial question. Should we totally reject the Western canon? Or, as some of my colleagues claim, should we burn the colonial library? Where do we go from here? And like I mentioned in my introduction, in philosophy, we need to produce new concepts because things are changing. Lots of uncertainty due to migrations, due to intermarriages, in fact, due to globalization. We need to change the way we need to produce new concepts. And so this brings me to a major philosophical question. How can we ensure that our human conditions are not constructed through Western hegemony and ideologies of imperialism, colonialism, and otherness? Now, there are many theories that have come up to answer this question, and some of them are implicit in the terms of reference for this seminar. There is the decolonial perspective, critical thinking, indigenous knowledge system, sage philosophy, and of course there's intercultural philosophy. So I will just touch what is actually happening now, the call for decolonial thinking. And one of the solutions others are proposing is the idea of decolonial thinking. And one of the top scholars is Poka Lainui, who thinks that decolonial thinking is very important because it has certain phases. We need to give formerly colonized people time to rediscover themselves and recover themselves. It's very important. We need to give them time for mourning, to cry about these things. We need to give them time for, after you cry, you start to dream. And when you dream, you get to commitment and later action. And there are, beyond the phases, there are also strategies, the Smith talks of deconstruction and reconstruction, self-determination, social justice, ethics, speaking the language of the people, trying to internalize indigenous experiences through a good reading of history and a critique, very important. Now, but one of the things I find with decolonial thinking looks a bit confrontational. It looks a bit violent, especially with most of the decolonial scholars you find on the African continent. They claim to, they are so suspicious of the West, so suspicious of history, so suspicious of colonial influence in Africa and the whole notion of authority. And so that's where I propose an intercultural philosophy, because intercultural philosophy gives us the possibility to not just confront the other, but to go towards a dialogue with this human variety and plurality. And so it propounds a much more decolonizing, inclusive, and interdisciplinary approach in which Western methods are radically interrogated in a constant power struggle between the interests and ways of knowing of the West and that of the colonized order. And there are very good conceptual tools that scholars that we can use here, like Gadamer and his whole theory of fusing horizons, Heinz Kimmel, who talks of intercultural philosophy, Ram Adamol from Germany, and in Africa as well, we have had Henry Odera Oruka, who have tried to propose sage philosophy as a way of countering this Eurocentric bias and as a way of dialogue with the West. But I think during the discussions, I would want to show you one or two limitations of what Oruka proposes and how we can forge ahead with the whole notion of intercultural philosophy. There is also Kwasi Wiredu, who talks of conceptual decolonization, decolonizing the mind. No, because when we do that, you can be able to dialogue with the others. But I think the whole idea of intercultural philosophy can bring the decolonizing process to constructive results, because it calls for dialogue, tolerance, humility, love, empathy, and being with others. So it's we need to take decentering theories such as post-colonial studies, but we should start thinking of a post-colonial theory which is interculturally motivated. So what I'm trying to say here is that a post-colonial theory is essentially intercultural, because if we stay glued to the whole idea of a post-colonial theory, I think we may not be able to reach out to our objectives of making the world a livable place. So what does intercultural philosophy entails? It pertains to expanding and enriching our understanding of philosophy, of what philosophy is and it can be. There I'm citing from Gadamer. It requires displacing the European canon from its place as the normative center of the discipline, but it does not require rejecting it altogether. It's just displacing it. It requires diversifying philosophy to be inclusive of people from underrepresented groups beyond the North Atlantic. So it's a way of shifting the geography of reason. You know, unlike what Hegel had done, it's stretching it out further to get back to the former colonized people. And so to decolonize philosophy, it entails decentering the status and importance given to philosophers and philosophies that participate in the ongoing oppression of people from underrepresented groups. So for the concluding remarks, I want to say from an intercultural philosophical perspective, where there are human encounters, cultures do not exist as fixed identities. Intercultural philosophy reminds us that culture is pragmatic, as we must learn from other cultural orientations, given the fact that no milieu is immutable, you know. And if we see human life as a project, identity becomes a project of daily life. It could be an identity born out of necessity, but it is an evolutive identity which will come to a standstill only when we die. These identities are interconnected because they elaborate upon each other. This makes African identity, identity African, human, and plural at the same time. Is this not a nice way of celebrating our common humanity? Thank you very much for your kind attention. I'm sure during the question and answer session, I'm going to elaborate much more on how I conceive the whole notion of sage philosophy and how I conceive how we can make it globally relevant. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Mosima, for your presentation, and it's also inspiring to us. And compared to the session this morning, I feel completely alone here because I'm sitting here by myself. But in front of me, there are people, so many people here. So I would like to give the impression to our keynote speakers who are present here from remote countries. So I will turn my video so that you can see that these are the audience. So there are many people here, not only me. You can wave your hands if you want to. Okay, that's our audience, yeah. So please, Professor Father Willen and Dr. Mosima, don't leave this Zoom meeting because we still have the question and answer session. We will have about 1 hour for our question and answer. And I would like to address a reminding to our audience now here. Would you please, we will have a 10 minutes break now, and we will have ice breaking. We don't really have ice here, but people will give you ice to break. And so we will, please, those who want to pose question, please, it's the best to write down the question. So please focus on a simple question with a clear statement, sentence. Yeah. So we don't want to give you opportunity to present your own papers, but we ask you to give a question to the speakers. So later, I intend to give the opportunity one by one. So one question, it's addressed to which keynote speakers, or probably to both of keynote speakers, and then they will answer, the keynote speakers will answer. In that way, we can focus on the theme and the topic that are discussed in the question. And then we will continue to the next person for the next question. So I would like to propose that we will have a question and answer session, but it's one by one. So in that way, we can focus our discussion. So now we will have a 10-minute break. Those who are present here online, you can also follow the ice breaks if you want to. So I will give the floor to the person in charge. Who is in charge? It's quite icy here because it's very cold. No one is in charge? Back again in this room, and we will continue to Q&A session, question and answer. I would like to remind you who want to pose a question, please say it in English. So I will not translate from Indonesian to English. You will pose a question in English only. And this question will be answered directly by the speakers, or according to your question, whether it's directed to Father Willen or to Dr. Mosima. You can also mention that. And also, please say your name and the affiliation, where you're from, I mean, yeah. But not your, perhaps you don't have to say your full names, because sometimes it's difficult to memorize your full name. So it's enough to say your name, yeah, your call name, nickname. I would like to give the person who want to pose a question first. Okay, the one in the back. Please move forward, yes.
Good afternoon, Father Welan.
Good afternoon.
My name is Yandis from Faculty of Philosophy, University of Parahyangan. I would ask a question for Professor Father Welan. I learned from your presentation that there is a tension between global and local culture, and you suggest that there should be a dialogue between global and local culture to build a world cultural humanity. But I notice now that there is a tension of the war in the world is increasing so much. And also in the Catholic Church, there is also a tension between modernists or progressives and conservatives, until the point that the identity of Catholic Church is not clear anymore. In that condition, how do you suggest, Father Welan, for us as Catholics to have a clear identity and not to lose our faith? Thank you, Father Welan.
Thank you very much. Let me just, I've just reached up. I hope you don't mind if I do a bit of shameless self-promotion. I have this book published, A Discerning Church, Pope Francis, Lonergan, and a Theological Method for the Future. So my response to your question about the Catholic Church and its divisions will come from a quotation of Lonergan that I have made in this book. Just previously, your question about war, it's connected to the sinful human condition. Reading the signs of the times in terms of a heuristic category of the presence at the same time of progress, decline, and redemption in situations. Well, decline is not less evident now for all our sophistication than at any previous period of history. So that's just on the general point. It's the problem of evil. In many ways, it's perennial. On the particular issue then of polarization within the Catholic Church, we're very aware of this in Rome. There are whole Episcopal conferences that do not support Pope Francis, it seems, effectively. We talk a lot about synodality, the process of encouraging synodality. And it's an excellent idea. But in part, what it is presenting is polarized positions. There was the first meeting of the Synod last October. There will be a second meeting of this current synodal process next October. They produced a document at the end of this, which was the first step of the Synod, but half of the document was devoted to saying, these are the issues that we know are important and about which we cannot agree. And a whole list with basically the hot button issues between progressives and conservatives. I write in this area, and I'm suggesting that Lonergan's method can help bring these polarized debates to a deeper foundation upon which disagreement can then be negotiated, and one hope some sort of coordination of ideas can agree. So just 2 points. One, this was already happening during Vatican II. There was a theologian, John Courtney Murray, who was very responsible for producing the document on religious freedom. He used the thought of Bernard Lonergan. He was confronted by vehement polarized argument over against his proposal for the text on religious freedom, which was eventually passed. And he said, using the terms of Lonergan, that the real issue here is not religious freedom. The real issue is how we think. And are we ready to move from a classicist notion of how to do theology to a historically conscious notion of how to do theology? So Bernard Lonergan proposes in his book Method in Theology that based on the kind of self-appropriation, he stresses intellectual conversion. You can make a proposal for a method of theology, collaborating between different theologians, that can respect the importance of tradition, but can also effectively dialogue with culture and bring the challenges that sometimes culture has to bring to the way that we understand our tradition. So it's so now I've finished what I'm saying. I just want to quote something that Lonergan wrote in 1965 as the council closed, and could describe polarizations within the Catholic Church today with just as easily. Classical culture cannot be jettisoned without being replaced, and what replaces it cannot but run counter to classical expectations. There is bound to be formed a solid right that is determined to live in a world that no longer exists. There is bound to be formed a scattered left, captivated now by this, now by that new development, exploring now this, now that new possibility. But what will count is a perhaps not numerous centre, big enough to be at home in both the old and the new, painstaking enough to work out one by one the transitions to be made, strong enough to refuse half measures and to insist on complete solutions, even though it may have to wait. Thank you.
Are you okay with the response from Father Ben? Okay. Yeah. So I will continue with the second person who want to ask Bapak Slamet, Mr. Slamet.
Thank you. My question is addressed to two speakers. First, Dr. Pius Musima. If you agree that particularity can be a fruitful or powerful source of reference or ontological standpoint for constructing or reimagining identity, so we still need the method. We still need the intellectual approach. According to you, what is the proper method for reconstructing identity? For example, is it a kind of postmodernist method or approach, or meta-philosophical approach, philosophy of philosophy, thing like that? That's my question to Dr. Pius Mosima. And for Professor Gerard Welan, do you think that world cultural humanity will be or could be an ideal model of reconstructing or reimagining our identity in the future or nowadays? Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slamet is one of our lecturers in the Faculty of Philosophy, and he teaches philosophy. I would like to give the time for Dr. Mosima first to answer the question.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question on identity. I think we need very clear methods philosophically. There is we need to look at our existence, our daily realities, how we live. I mentioned identity is a project. Identity is part of our human our existence is our life, so our identity should be a project. We live day in, day out, and so we should adopt existentialist tendencies whereby you try to look at the others, and so the whole idea of identity should also constitute a pragmatic approach because the things are changing. And last but not the least, if you apply the methods of intercultural hermeneutics, intercultural understanding with the other, I think is very important. From an African perspective, one of the very important ways, and even I think I find in Asia, from what Father Willan just said, is all about communitarianism, living together, making sense out of your interconnectedness, the community, because it is in community that you get to understand who you are. In the African context, it's trying to foster this relationship between the individual and the community, forging this existential relationship between the individual and the community. And I think it's very, very important. I know it's a major challenge because at times the community could impose on the individual, the community could silence the individual, but I think it's important to strike a dialectical balance between what the individual thinks and how the individual wants to contribute to the community. So it's like a kind of a contemporaneous approach, a dialectical approach between what the individual thinks and how the normative side of community. So striking a balance between the two, for me, looks like the most appropriate approach as far as this is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mosima. Thank you also for your talk, by the way. I greatly appreciated it. I find everything that I'm saying is perfectly compatible with what you're saying. And indeed, it might have been better for your talk to come first because it gave this comprehensive introduction to the field, the kind of questions that we're trying to address. Again, I'm in such agreement, this intercultural hermeneutics and the series of dialectics, things that are going on at the same time, it's almost better not to say what comes first, what comes second. But I am suggesting the notion of world cultural humanity as a way forward to guide our philosophical and theological reflection. But you might say that what's really prior is the notion of self-appropriation, and then these heuristic categories of what's going on at the level of community, what's going on at the level of culture. So if I may just say a word, the importance of, well, as I said, you only grow in authenticity in small community, in some kind of small community that is helping this to happen. So there is this kind of, this is one of the important dialectics. And really, we might remember everything that Lonergan is saying and Doran is saying presupposes that we're starting from below zero. We live in a world of decline. It encourages imbalances in us. We are also sinful in our own right. So it's a return to authenticity from recent inauthenticity. at every level of these dialectics. So just at the level, the importance of, for the poor especially, of finding their own voice through self-appropriation. So I'm talking really about the way we grow in authenticity in small communities that help us, if they help us to do that. Doran interacts with Paulo Freire, an educationalist in Latin America. But he's interpreting what Freire is really doing in terms of the account of self-appropriation of spirit and psyche that Doran is proposing. So a quotation from Doran. What Freire's work would help us add to Lonergan is a heightened recognition that the constitution of consciousness, in its capacity for insight and reasonable judgment, has a liberating potential, especially when it is not just exercised, but also claimed as one's own appropriation. Furthermore, to be deprived of this power by the cultural conditioning and determinism is to be deprived of a constituent of the humanum, what is constant across all human beings. To claim and exercise this power is a source of liberation from other deprivations of the humanum as well. And to discover this liberative power of inquiry and criticism is to discover what unites humans across cultures. So if I may give one more quotation, because this is another dialectic along the lines of what Professor Mosima is saying. This is the dialectic between what's cooking at the local cultural level and some sort of global discussion of values that are global, that transcend. So you can't ever talk too much in the abstract the way Hegel did. But there is another dialectic going on with working through values at the small community level and being in dialogue, well, you know, with so many other small communities in the world. So now this last quotation, maybe it's not very clear, but at least it's capturing that dialectical discussion of how do we build a world cultural humanity. Even at the level of what we mean by culture, there has to be interaction between the local and the global. The cultural values necessary to ground a global social order will meet a global problem of the maldistribution of vital goods, and they must themselves be cross-culturally generated. And such an exigence can be met only by penetrating to the cross-cultural font of more regionally generated and historically transmitted insights, constituting the means that inform given ways of life. Thank you.
Answers. And I suppose that Mr. Slamet, you are satisfied with the responses. And also for the others, you can pose questions that are related to the previous questions. So there can be also discussions, further discussions for this. The next, yeah, please. Please state your name and the affiliation.
Good afternoon. My name is Bartolomé Samho. I'm a lecturer in Parahyangan Catholic University. I'm not sure my English is good, but I have to try it. Discussion about identity are synonymous with self-dismantling. On the one hand, it strengthens aspect of particularity and primordiality due to unilateral claims. On the other hand, it clarifies differences and even resistance to others. What might be the meeting point between these tensions so that identity does not have the potential for horizontal conflict in the context of plurality? Thank you very much. For two speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Samho. And now I will give the time for Dr. Mosima and Father Bilan to answer the same question, please.
Yeah, thank you, dear colleague. Identity is self-dismantling, and the relationship between the self and the other, I think I was made to understand that. Yes, it's a very, very good question, and I like the touch. I'll refer you to Emmanuel Levinas, who stresses the importance of the face of other, letting yourself go, to articulate, dismantling yourself to be through the face of the other. It is through this humility and letting yourself go to see the other just at the face and even beyond can give you a clearer picture of what the self is all about. I don't think I actually understood, because when you were talking at the end of the day, I didn't get the pronunciations very clearly. But I think it's all about the dialectic of the self and the other. And I think Levinas gives us clear ways of articulating that. And even if you look at the whole idea of intercultural philosophy and dialogue, it's a way of, letting yourself go with some degree of humility, empathy, love, showing, letting the other take pride of place. So I think that's what I can say for now, as far as your reaction is concerned. But I think it's a very good one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mosina. I think you've answered the question very well, in as much as I feel also I've understood the question. May I talk? So I understand that the question had a lot to do with how easy it is for stress on particularity to lead to conflict, and how do we, and clearly we have both been talking about how to try to overcome. So that becomes a healthy dialectic instead of an unhealthy dialectic. Guardini speaks about the dialectic of contradictories, dialectic of contraries. We live with healthy dialectics if we live with dialectics of contraries. We live in a situation of conflict and breakdown if these contraries spill over into contradictories. So these might almost be two digressions. It's just, I agree with the question. It is a key problem. We're right in the middle of these sort of problems at the moment. Identity becoming a source of conflict. Just one dimension of this to notice, especially Western cultures, but I suspect so many other cultures, the contribution of digital technology to a sense of disorientation. This is actually mentioned in the background statement. So a reason we have a problem with identity, and in many ways has a lot to do with technology at the moment, and the way we're using communication means. So then the next step becomes some paradoxical loneliness and failure of communication, even though we're all the time on our smartphone texting somebody else. The young people obviously experience this. Then the option for rigid identities, because of the great dis-ease that we're experiencing with this new digital-driven culture. Once again, I won't repeat myself, but answers will have to lie at the level of self-appropriation of our authentic selves, connected with an orientation to society and culture. If I may make one more point that might seem like a digression, but particularity negotiating with unity. My visit to Indonesia impressed me so much by what a good job is happening in Indonesia to have any kind of national unity. When you look at the multiplicity of the population, the geography of many islands, it's fascinating how Indonesia has any identity at all. Is a great achievement of the relating of particularity with generality. I'm fascinated just even the history of Indonesia, the little I've studied. You're a safe distance from the other mega cultures. And so whether it be China or India, for example, over the course of history. So you're able to make your own mix because they're not so close as to dominate you completely in the past. So there is this long tradition. For example, in Islam, the version of Islam to be found in Indonesia is remarkably tolerant and is a lesson to the rest of the world from the Indonesian instinct that you can enjoy your particularity and it doesn't have to lead you to conflict, that there is a generality that you can respect at the same time. Thank you.
So, Burgias.
Thank you very much, Father Tejo, for the given opportunity. Good afternoon, both speakers. But my first question is given to Mr. Mosima first, and then after that to Father Wilan. In your presentation, Mr. Mosima, you talk about, as far as I understand it, a struggle, African struggle, so to say, against the so-called Western constructions of Africa. Because you say many times about that. And even people in general also got a general impression that the result of that construction is a negative one. Africa is dark, Africa is, how to say it, colonized mentality and so on. But then you also describe about the African response. The African response. And I heard that you mentioned about the Ubuntu philosophy. Ubuntu philosophy. Yeah. But your particular, your special way out for this conflicts is you call this intercultural philosophy. Intercultural philosophy. My question is, maybe you have time also to explore or explain more about the image of this intercultural philosophy, because I have a background for this question, like. I read something about the Kyoto School in Japan, because they have a very strong West orientation in their effort to modernization, and then they try to learn almost everything from the West, but then they call it, they Japanized all of the heritage of the West. And also in Indonesian case, before the independence, there is also a great debate, cultural debate between, among others, like Sultan Takdir al-Sibana. Maybe you don't know the name, but there is a great cultural debate at the time about the orientation of modernization of Indonesia, whether to go to the West or to go to the religious orientation, and it seems that the ruling party at the time of the debate is the religious party, religious party. And I want to know whether in your own country, I don't know, maybe you can also talk very much about your country and also about Africa, about this kind of problem. That is the first question. The second question to Father Wilan. Father Wilan, I was once told by my friend from...
Is Father Wilan still with us?
Oh, yes.
Because we cannot see you. Yeah. If he is not available for the time being. Oh, you are still here. Okay, thank you. Please.
Yeah, Father Wilan, I was once told by a friend from Ireland. He said that Irish people is not a colonized, not a colonialist. Yeah, even they are the victim of the colonization of the British colonization, so to say. And my question is this, because you mentioned also about your experience of working as missionaries in Africa in 2 countries, in Kenya and Zambia, I think. And my question is, what is your experience working as a Western missionary in Africa after the so-called the resurgence of African responses to the Western construction to Africa? But I think it's very interesting and important. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. I hope those are still questions, not a paper presentation. I would like to give an opportunity now first to Dr. Muzima and then later to Father Wilan, please.
Yeah, thank you, dear colleague. Thanks for your very rich question. And you touch on my approach on the African struggles and the Western construction of African identity. And you also highlight the fact that I said Africa was negated and considered the dark continent that had to be colonized. And you mentioned the fact that I looked at African responses, and I mentioned the fact of Ubuntu. And I want to say it's, yes, I go back to Ubuntu. Ubuntu is Ubuntu, you know, the philosophy of the African community, being, the philosophy of becoming, you know, and it is an indigenous way of philosophizing the continent. If you go down Southern Africa, even Central Africa, where I come from, you hear the word Muntu. I don't know, perhaps Father Wilan heard in Zambia or in Kenya,
Sure.
you hear the word Muntu. It's very common. And Muntu is so interesting, you know, and I want to use this opportunity to congratulate what is happening in Indonesia. During the ice break or so, I got you guys speaking in your local language. I was just crying here. It's phenomenal. It's so nice. I have always told people I have identified 3 ways, 3 approaches to decolonizing philosophy and perhaps theology. And I see a question from Stephanus here on the chat box on how we can study philosophy and theology without applying the Western canon as the curriculum of these subjects. I have identified 3 ways. The first is language. The second is politics. And the third is religion. If we succeed to decolonize and reconstruct these 3 facets, I think the whole idea of identity would take a different form. Let me explain. Let me come back to what the colleague just said before I'll come back to revisit Stephanus' question. What I'm trying to do is to link this idea of Ubuntu to the rest of the world. This idea of humanness, becoming to the rest of the world. In Africa, in my village, you said I should talk about my local village. In my village, a country like Indonesia is called Mboa. Mboa, M-B-O-A, Mboa. Mboa means country, means village. Now, Mboa is made up of two words. Imba means I, Owa means you. So Mboa is a combination of you and I and you, Mboa. Now, when you tell somebody, I am going to my Mboa, it means I'm going to my country, I'm going to my village, I'm going to my city, etc. When somebody comes from Ireland or Spain and tells you about patriotism, it doesn't make sense because already the whole idea of Mboa is all about patriotism. Mboa itself represents patriotism. Mboa itself is inherently patriotic. So if we want to decolonize and make African philosophy, theology make sense, let us go back to these languages. These languages are very, very important because they carry a lot of meaning. The second I identified is politics. Why would you think that other continents, other peoples didn't have democratic features in their traditional political institutions? You wouldn't find that in books. You wouldn't find it in books. I'm happy Father Wela lived in Zambia and Kenya. You cannot see those things in books. You will not see it abstractly constructed. You find it in their political institutions. You find it in their proverbs. You find it in their rituals, in their songs, etc. That is a gold mine for the African theologian, for the future African theologian. It's a gold mine for the future African philosopher. If you look at religion, for example, look at African traditional religions, for example, there is no founder, there is no church, there is no missionary, there is no Bible or Quran. But if you look at the communitarian ethics, you find that religion very much there. And I'm happy for that. Whelan is helping us move from the local to the global. In what sense? Mbiti has this famous saying he made in Nairobi, Kenya. John Mbiti says, the African is notoriously religious. That statement resonates across the continent. I think I've had the opportunity to visit almost all the continents, apart from North Africa. And that statement is a very, very true statement. So what does that mean? It is a valid statement that needs to be exploited, explored. And why I don't end at Ubuntu is because Ubuntu very often gives us a very essentialized view of the African person, of the African identity. And so intercultural philosophy is a way of taking us a step forward, living in this global context. Another example I want to give, or why I am highlighting all of this, is to make philosophy much more practical. You remember, we have the tendency to over limit philosophy to academic, big academic thinking, sophistry, etc. It's all right. It's all right. But we forget that Aristotle made this very interesting distinction between Sophia, phronesis, and techne. And if you look at the colonial construction, Rick, of African identity and what has been happening, global debates about philosophy, we limit ourselves so much to Sophia, specialist intellectual way of knowing, and we push aside phronesis and techne to the background. We forget to realize that this Sophia is just a Western way of doing philosophy, but there are other alternatives. Sophia, phronesis is much more practical. What are the practical applications of what we know? Practical applications of wisdom of what we know to many other things. So Ubuntu comes here now to go beyond just its local knowledge, its practical knowledge, which can help us negotiate many of these tensions of both individual and collective lives. And so, my dear colleague, globalization is a major challenge in our countries, is a major problem in our societies. But what we are trying to do is to bring back to the fore the importance of these indigenous knowledge systems, indigenous languages. Let there be a certain dialectic, a dialogue between the Western bureaucratic conception of the state and the local ones, and a major dialogue, of course, between between Christianity and African religions. I'm very happy at the moment what late Saint Pope John Paul II did with inculturation. I think it's a major step, because when I attend Mass, for example, in Cameroon or in Nigeria, I am very, very happy, because it is all about singing and dancing and celebration. When you attend Mass out of Africa and they are giving alms, somebody sits and drops a euro or 10,000 euro in a basket. In Africa, it is not like that. You dance to give your offering. These are ways of making meaning. These are things that are important. So these are Ubuntu issues that I try to want to cross-fertilize other alternatives. Let me not monopolize the parole once more, but I think it's a very good question, and I think we can continue the conversation after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mosiba. I really enjoyed everything you said, and the question is so good. It has really provoked both of us, I think. Can I start answering the second part of the question? That was to say, if I'm an Irishman, I claim that we have a experience of colonizing, and yet I am a European in Africa as a missionary. So what did I do in front of the emergence of this, African consciousness? Now, I'm only saying this as a joke, but my answer is leave Africa. Leave Africa to the Africans to do their theology. And that's why for 18 years I've been elsewhere. Now, I'll just explain that point. When I first volunteered to go to Zambia, I was 5 years short of being ordained. The Irish provincial who sent me said, you can go, but you will be the last of the missionaries, and you will not live out your life in Africa, because we're getting enough vocations now. The African church is becoming self-sustaining, and the missionary era, it should appropriately come to an end, and it will be for the Africans to move their own church forward. However, there is a need for this end period of the missionary era. So you are the last of the missionaries, and understand when the time is right to leave. That's true for you, Jerry, individually, and it's true for the Irish Jesuits in Zambia, for example. Now just a little word then on well, I've already said, my joy then is to work with African students, for example, here in the Gregorian, giving intellectual tools to train or to be African theologians. Just some talking at length, as Dr. was saying, Dr. Mosima, I learned a language in Zambia well. I spent a year on it, and I know exactly what he's talking about the richness of words like mtu. The Chewa people, they're not far from the Luba people that also come down into Zambia, so temple. I thought I might have loved to do a doctorate on the philosophical presuppositions of the Chewa people. But anyway, in a sense, it's better for a Zambian to do that, obviously. But I surely know the fascination with the local cultures and the richness of philosophy there, how it tends to be oral and physical, you might say, dancing and speaking, more than anything else. Now, just a couple of words, therefore, on the way to help younger theologians, and in fact, African theologians. I'd first like to just mention that we have created a group of Friends of Indonesia amongst professors in the Gregorian to respond to a request from Parahyangan University to maintain a networking relationship of friendship with the theology faculty in the Gregorian in Rome. There is one member I see on the list of participants who's from the Philippines, Father Albert Alejo, who's an anthropologist. He's attending, he's online attending. I just say this because he's also in the business of training a younger generation. And with his sensibilities coming from his context and as an anthropologist, he is doing a major project of emphasizing the thought of Julius Nyerere and the philosophy of Ujamaa within the Gregorian University, and finding a massive response from students, of course, not least African students who are studying. So I have also had a doctoral student from Tanzania who did his doctorate on applying Doran categories to understand Nyerere. So how Nyerere was actually a model of the kind of world cultural humanity practitioner that Doran would recommend. When I went off screen for a moment, it was simply that I was muddling around with my computer to find something else. It's what a coincidence that the questioner asked about Ubuntu. At present, I have a doctoral student from Malawi who has just submitted this proposal for a doctorate, Ubuntu and a World Cultural Humanity, a dialectical study of Desmond Tutu's theology based on Robert Doran's theology of the dialectics of history. So quite a coincidence, and you see what I'm up to, responding to the excellent question of that questioner. Thank you.
Yes, so excuse me, perhaps let me add something, but I will. Thank you very much for that question. In 2019, I was in Tanzania for a conference and on Nyerere, and the national television came to me for an interview on Nyerere. I was very surprised, but they said they wanted to hear a foreigner's take on Nyerere, and I told them we were so proud in Africa about Ujamaa and Nyerere's orientation towards a self-reliant Africa. And I'm so proud today. I'm so happy to hear very soon, God willing, he will be made a saint. Now, yes. I want to say this, Father Willen. You can't leave African theology to Africans. You can't leave African theology to Africans because we still need you desperately. You know, you have to go there and back again. And what Temples did remains remarkable. And I know many missionaries have done the same, living with the people, having the experiences with the people. Once you do that, it's a completely different mindset. So I don't think you should leave Africans alone. I think you should continue living with the Africans. Thank you.
Because it maintains your identity in front of the other. So we can still be sure about our identity when we relate to someone else and to the community. Thank you for the answers and also for the questions. It's been praised as a good question. Thank you, Babu. Yes. Dear colleagues and students, I'm afraid we are approaching the end of this session. So I would have to finish this session. I'm sorry for the other who are not getting the opportunity to pose a question. And usually, my students, they don't like me to teach them theology. They don't like it. They are laughing now. It's true. They are laughing because it's true. They don't like me to teach them theology, but they will open their eyes when I tell them story. So if I ask them, have you ever heard my story about this? No, we have not yet heard about that. And you want to hear that because they want to hear stories and not lecture. So I would like to close this session with a story. Once I finished my work at the faculty, and I just wanted to go home. And just outside, when I approached my car, someone approached me and called me by my name. And it seems that he knows me, because he called me by name. So I listened to him, and he was talking and talking, so much talking, until 5 minutes and 10 minutes, and then he didn't give me a chance to respond and to say something or to speak something. And after 10 minutes, I said to him, who are you again? Because I don't recognize you. And he slapped his hand into his forehead and like this, and that's the end of identity, I think. Because when you don't recognize the one who is talking to you, then you don't recognize yourself anymore. You need other to know who you are. You need to know who is talking to you. And that is the core of the relationship, because we are knowing each other. So that's a story. Perhaps because I say it in English, not everyone is laughing here, but that's okay. Yeah. So I would like to finish this session by thanking our keynote speakers very much, and we would like to give them a big applause. Thank you, thank you. Okay, that's enough. I would like to say to Dr. Mosima, zeer dank u wel. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, alsjeblieft.
Alsjeblieft. And to Father Bilan, grazie mille. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you very much for both of you. And this is my idea, because before the keynote speakers leave us, there will be a review after this, but they don't have to attend this review. So I would like to invite, and also the operator behind, that I will direct my camera to the audience, and the audience will stand up and please take our screenshot. And because here there are the two speakers on the Zoom screen, yeah? Can you do that, the operator behind? Yes? And we will stand up and we will greet the speakers so that there will be a documentation. You can approach if you want to. We can approach the screen. And you please, the operator, take the screenshot of us that we are present today here with our own identities. Okay. Okay. Have you done it? Sudah? Screenshot? Not yet. Okay. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That is the advantage of our communication. So once again, thank you, Father Willem, Dr. Mosima, and if you want to leave this Zoom meeting, please, we are congratulating you, and we wish you a very good year ahead, and good health, happiness, and so on. Thank you. Goodbye. And now I will give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony.
Once more, we give applause to the speakers and also to the moderator. Thank you, Father Tejo. When Father Tejo say that many students have leaving this room, I'm little bit disappointed, of course, because I'm loyal to the lecture of the Father Tejo. I always listening what to him say to say. And I just kidding. Thank you, Father. And this time, udah bahasa Inggrisnya sudah cukup, kayak bahasa Indonesia lagi ya. Sekarang kita akan ice breaking. Bagi teman-teman yang punya gadget, boleh mengeluarkan gadgetnya. Kalau yang nggak punya, tenang saja, akan ada bagian sendiri. Yang punya gadget, kita boleh buka menti.com. Ada yang punya menti, itu buka www.menti.com. Di Google bisa, di Safari juga bisa. Bagi operator, apakah sudah siap? Oh, oke. www.menti.com. Oke, itu kode mentinya ada di atas sana ya teman-teman. Kalau udah masuk menti.com, nanti ada kodenya 484. Sekali lagi, paling atas ya kodenya. Oh, udah like-nya banyak ya. Oh iya, makasih like-nya. Sip. Apakah ada yang belum masuk? Apa yang punya HP udah bisa masuk semua? Udah ya? Baik. Asih, ada lebih dikit. Boleh? Kita tunggu 1 menit lagi ya. Untuk ini ya, yang login, yang coba untuk masuk. Tapi sebelum masuk ke game, saya ingin bertanya sedikit nih. Kayaknya ada yang perlu ditanya kan. Bagus, Bagas ya, Bagas. Oh, bagus ya. Tadi gimana perasaannya Bagus selama 1 hari ini ya? Bagas ya. Bagas selama hari ini mendalami atau melihat dan juga mendengarkan ya konferensi kita pada hari ini, apa yang dirasakan Bagus?
Pertama senang banget sih udah pasti, karena apa ya, bisa pertama latihan mendengarkan orang-orang ngomong bahasa Inggris. Kedua dapat perspektif yang baru tentang identitas. Karena apa ya, jadi lebih menyeluruh gitu sih pengetahuannya. Iya.
Kalau boleh tahu perspektif apa yang Bagas dapatkan?
Oke, baik. Jadi perspektifnya itu apa ya, bahwa sebenarnya tuh dalam identitas itu tuh nggak terkungkung pada diri sendiri, tetapi apa ya, keberpihakan sama orang lain, berkoneksi dengan orang lain. Kayak pendulum tadi kan, singgung-singgung tuh pendulum. Ya itulah.
Terima kasih Saudara Bagas atas pemahamannya. Cukup menarik ya, ternyata masih ada yang mau mendengarkan walaupun bahasa Inggris gitu ya. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Apakah sudah bisa? Oke. Siap teman-teman, lihat layar di depan kita. Yuk teman-teman siap, udah 41 orang udah siap. Kita akan mulai dari sekarang. Untuk jawabnya agak harus cepet ya, biar jawabannya nanti paling benar. Ya, langsung siapa? Wih, cepet juga nih yang jawab nih, mantap. Wih. Berapa pembicara di hari pertama konferensi? Ya, kita lihat jawaban yang benar. Wih, 33 benar. Yang jawab 2. Nih, yang jawab berapa itu? Yang jawab 2 orang, aduh, kelihatan gak ikut ini ya. Apa yang jawab 5? Siapa nih jawab 5? Oke, lanjut. Bel, wih, siapa nih? Bel siapa tuh Bel? Wih, mantap. Oke, lanjut. Next slide. Siap-siap, nomor 2. Hanya diberi waktu 15 detik ya, rekan-rekan. Next. Pertanyaan kedua. Apa kepanjangan dari AFTI? AFTI. Jawabannya adalah asosiasi. Iya, menarik ya. Ada yang jawab bersama. Enggak, ini gimmick kayaknya, gimmick ya ini ya. Gimmick nih. Lanjut. Woi, ada yang ini ya, bersemangat nih. Wah, masih ada yang ketukar oleh ribit nih. Oke, lanjut. Pertanyaan ketiga. PT Kanisius menjual apa? Ayo, menjual apa? Sumpah ini kalau nggak tahu keterlaluan ini. Kalau nggak tahu keterlaluan ini. Kacau ini. Kacau. Keterlaluan kalau bisa jawab. Gak ada gimmick lagi ya. Mau hadiah semua. Oke, lanjut. Woi, masih bertahan nih poinnya nih. Weh, Tom siapa nih? Lanjut. Next slide. Ada tersisa 3 pertanyaan lagi ya teman-teman. Ayo. Pertanyaan keempat. Ada penampilan apa saja di konferensi hari pertama kecuali? Ayo. Iya, benar. Ada yang jawab PSM ya, nggak apa-apa. Mungkin tadi nggak fokus kali lagi ke WC tadi kayaknya ya. Oke, lanjut. Oke. Siapa yang bertahan? Oh, masih bertahan. Lanjut. 2 pertanyaan lagi ya bagi yang ingin menang, bisa langsung cepet-cepet jawabnya ya. Caca. 2 more questions. Siapa Ketua Asosiasi Filsafat dan Teologi Indonesia? Spot? Iya, siapa? Ada yang jawab Stephen Sulaksana, ini siapa ini? Oke, kita lanjut. Jawabannya adalah Romo Armadarianto. Just masih bertahan. Oh, ada yang berubah. Oke, lanjut. Last question ya teman-teman. Ayo, siapa yang mau dapat juara? Answer fast to get more points. Berikut semua pembicara atau speaker konferensi di hari pertama kecuali ini kalau jawabnya aduh kacau. Kalau salah ya. Coba. Iya, masih ada yang salah. Oke, kita akan melihat hasil akhirnya. Pemenangnya adalah siapa nih? Akan berubah. Tom pemenangnya. Kita akan mengambil. Yang Tom siapa? Atas nama Tom. Oke, boleh maju ke depan. Atas nama Ribit. Boleh maju ke depan Ribit. Ribitnya bukan nama aslinya ya. Dan yang ketiga adalah Bel. Oh, Stanis. Oke, silakan maju. Baik, bagi para pemenang boleh maju ke sini. Kita ada hadiah berupa buku dari Kanisius. Tadi juga Bagas boleh maju ke depan juga. Kita cek dulu di HP-nya, posisinya udah bener belum.
Cek 1, yang juara 1 tadi siapa tadi? Tom, Ribit sama Bel, oke? Oh ya Tom, oke betul Tom. Ayo. Ya keluar ya. Bener kan namanya kan? Nggak bohong kan? Oh ya udah. Iya, tapi nggak ada lagi yang ngaku-ngaku kan ya? Nggak ada nama ya? Nggak ada kan? Oh Bagas nggak apa Bagas apa? Bagas tadi habis jawab pertanyaan tadi di Bagas. Jadi yang juara 1 silakan di sini. Yang ketiga boleh paling pinggir. Bagas tadi paling pinggir juga. Oke. Ya boleh ya. Oke sip. Boleh untuk juara 1 silakan. Boleh bukunya pilih apa yang disuka. Wah ini pasti banyak favoritnya ya. Ada Telgin Kulturasi. Wah itu keren. One by one. Ya satu dulu. Apa judulnya?
Tuhan, ilusi atau idea.
Wah keras. Lanjut. Telgin Kulturasi. Oke. David, Telgin Kulturasi ya. Nanti yang ngajar sama Fabi. Oke. Tadi judul bukunya apa? Asih. Bagus. Oke, udah semua ya. Tunggu satu. Ada foto. Oh ya, dan saya juga lupa ada 2 lagi pemenang. Tunggu bentar ya. 2 pemenangnya adalah Linus. Ada Linus di sini. Udah pulang? Ya, kasihan. Jonas Fandi ada yang nama Instagramnya Jonas Fandi. Oh Mas Fandi ya? Oh nggak jadi Mas Instagram. Iya. Orang dalam nggak bisa ya? Orang dalam berarti nggak usah. Oke berarti berempat ini aja ya. Ayo udah. Oke. Ada foto nggak Mas? Ada foto buat mereka? Ini suka nggak datang. Ada Grace di sini. Oh ya, ada. Grace ada. Oh Grace boleh maju ke depan untuk mendapatkan sebagai pemenang dari postingan Instagram yang telah men-tag IG FF Unpar. Oh ada. Oh ya, Bila boleh foto dulu. Boleh agak ke tengah dikit, kita akan foto. Boleh ke tengah. Oke. Bukunya tunjukin ya. Oke, terima kasih. Silakan duduk. Untuk acara selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan review dari Pak Bapak Stefanus Jonathan. Untuk Bapak, waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Selamat sore Bapak Ibu Suster, Romo sekalian. Saya membuat resumenya dalam bahasa Inggris karena ini seminar internasional. Tapi saya ngomong bahasa Indonesia karena saya orang Indonesia. Gitu ya, oke terus Mas. Lanjut ya. Jadi kita hari ini bicara tentang identitas. Nah, itu ada persoalan topik ini berada dalam 3 realm. Saya ada 4 lah ya, dan yang saya tangkap gitu. Pertama realm atau wilayah personal, wilayah sosial, wilayah kultural, dan wilayah politik gitu. Dan yang namanya identitas itu selalu contextual bound atau situated, jadi suatu yang berkaitan dengan konstruksi atau rekonstruksi atau dekonstruksi. Istilahnya bisa embedded, disembedded, kalau pakai bahasanya Anthony Giddens, embedded, de-embedded. Terus kalau pakai istilahnya Deleuze, territorialized atau deterritorialized gitu. Jadi ada unsur menanamkan diri, mencabut gitu. Dan karena itu identitas itu sangat fluid ya, sangat fluid. Satu pengalaman belong to. Jadi saya ini bagian dari mana? Ya, bagian dari siapa, bagian dari mana, bagian dari apa. Dan tentu saja ini berkaitan dengan pemahaman kita tentang life world ya. Kalau Anda semua belajar Dilte dan hermeneutics itu tema ini ya, tema life words ini menjadi sebuah hal yang penting untuk kita kenal. Lalu saya menggunakan istilah self bukan person karena istilah self itu lebih ke diri yang lebih dalam, sedangkan tadi kalau kita bicara person itu kita bicara mask, topeng yang harus dilepas gitu kadang-kadang ya. Nah, sebagai diri tentu saja diri yang individual dan seksual. Ya, ini dari pagi kita belajar itu bahwa kita menjadi diri yang individual sekaligus seksual. Dan yang lahir dalam sosial dan konteks sosial dan kultural tertentu atau yang kemudian dikenal dalam filsafat itu sebagai fenomena. Tapi juga kita semua di sini sebagai orang-orang berdiri yang committed, jadi mengikatkan diri begitu ya untuk memeluk sebuah iman yang partikular tapi ngakunya universal begitu. Ya, mau Islam, mau Katolik itu sama saja ya. Iman yang partikular kan partikular milik saya, tapi diakunya universal untuk seluruh umat manusia begitu. Padahal partikular juga gitu. Jadi ya kontradiktif sedikit lah. Berikutnya. Lalu ada beberapa macam isu yang dibahas hari ini. Pertama, seolah-olah identitas itu kontradiktif ya, kontradiktif. Antara suatu yang sifatnya subjektif, sensitif, jadi Romo Armada mengatakan suatu yang sifatnya diromantisasi begitu, romanticize. Tapi juga ini sebuah isu yang esensial dan eksistensial karena kalau kita tidak menjawab who am I, ya lalu kita ini siapa atau apa begitu. Maka itu kan berkaitan dengan suatu yang sifatnya esensial sekaligus juga eksistensial. Kayak saya itu kan lahir dari orang tua yang juga bercampur-campur. Bapak saya orang Dayak turunan Tionghoa dan Dayak. Ibu saya Belanda dan Tionghoa. Lalu turun ke saya nggak tahu apa, lahir di Cirebon kan gitu ya. Pindah ke Magelang jadi orang Jawa, bicara Jawa, pindah ke Bandung bicara Sunda. Ya sudah gitu aja. Dan itulah maksudnya existential issues. Kalau saya menolak itu semua saya nggak jadi apa-apa. Mungkin kalau saya cek DNA ke London, hasilnya mungkin macam-macam lah ya. Ada yang bilang saya ini termasuk turunan Chinese yang dari utara karena tinggi dan putih gitu. Bukan Chinese yang selatan. Chinese yang selatan itu kan sawo matang gitu. Pendek-pendek gitu ya. Chinese yang utara itu tinggi-tinggi, besar-besar gitu. Jadi kayak orang Siberia begitu ya. Jadi mungkin ada unsur sananya, tapi ya saya juga bingung. Siapa yang dari Siberia? Orang nenek moyang saya ada unsur Dayaknya begitu. Jadi darah Samho ada di saya juga begitu. Mana Samho? Enggak ada, ya udah pulang. Lalu di situ juga ada isu yang tidak terlalu implisit dibahas ya dalam pertemuan hari ini, tapi yaitu soal authenticity begitu ya. Menjadi orang yang otentik tadi secara implisit, Profesor Mosima membahas menjadi Afrika yang otentik, tapi juga Profesor Wilan juga membahasnya sebagai orang Eropa yang otentik itu seperti apa. Dan ada tema tentang struggle of recognition, ya gitu, implication of struggle, jadi upaya untuk menjadi sesuatu. Tadi juga disebutkan ada unsur victimization dan evil, ada dominasi, represi, resistance, suatu yang mau dilawan begitu. Dan juga ada isu pertentangan antara universalism atau particularism. Tapi juga ada isu universalism lawan egalitarianism atau universalism lawan equality gitu. Apakah universalism itu langsung berarti equality Gitu, itu juga menjadi pertanyaan. Dan tadi di pertemuan sesi kedua juga ada isu soal kanonisasi, standarisasi. Tadi juga sempat muncul disinggung sih kalau kita belajar filsafat dan teologi tapi tidak pakai kanon barat, lalu kita belajar apa gitu. Ya kan itu juga tadi sudah dijawab, itu tetap butuh, maka agak kontradiktif ya. Mosima bilang, Profesor Mosima menyatakan bahwa orang barat itu sudah membangun konstruksi identitas Afrika, maka ya sudah menjajah dan lain-lain. Tapi begitu Pater Wilan bilang, ya biarlah orang Afrika berteologi sendiri gitu. Ya, let African punya teologinya sendiri, punya teologiannya sendiri gitu. Tapi Mosima langsung bilang, jangan pergi dulu dari Afrika gitu. Bagaimanapun juga kamu masih dibutuhkan. Jadi ada kontradiksi, satu pihak mau murni, tapi di lain pihak dalam kerangka globalisasi kita tidak mungkin meninggalkan sesuatu yang sudah distandarisasi atau dikanonisasi oleh ilmuwan, teolog, filsuf barat. Jadi ada semacam kontradiksi yang di situ juga perlu diperhatikan. Berikutnya, inspirasinya adalah dialektik atau interchange, saya lebih baca interchange ya. Dari suatu identifikasi yang hidup. Jadi bagaimanapun juga kita itu secara aktif pasti akan menentukan dan pasti berdialektika dengan identitas lain, pasti juga mengadakan tukar-menukar identitas lain. Seperti orang Katolik Sunda pasti bertukar, ya bertransaksi dalam tanda kutip identitas Katolik dengan Sunda. Katoliknya apa, tapi juga nanti Katolik yang masuk dihayati orang Sunda apa, tapi orang Sunda juga memberi sesuatu kepada Katolik. Ada interaksi, ada transaksi lah gitu. Interchange itu kan lebih ketukar menukar. Memang bukan transaksi ekonomis yang untung rugi, bukan ya. Bukan, tapi ini lebih transaksi yang lebih memperkaya satu sama lain. Lalu tentang persona tadi ya mesti menurut Suster Gera tadi harus dibuka begitu ya. Dalam rangka menjadi diri yang sejati gitu. Maka mau tidak mau harus masuk dalam kedalaman, menerobos persona kita, persona, mask, masuk dalam situ, ketemu dengan diri yang sejati itu yang seperti apa. Karena itu juga di realitas personal, di wilayah personal, kita semua diajak untuk menjadi mistikus setiap pribadi begitu. Dengan caranya masing-masing gitu menjadi mistikus, artinya ketemu dengan diri sendiri yang mendalam, kemudian becoming with the world as it is itu becoming with itu kan suatu kebersamaan ya, sebuah interconnectedness, sebuah keterhubungan begitu dengan alam, dengan lingkungan, itu artinya dalam realim atau wilayah sosial dan ekologi. Lalu juga yang terakhir nih dengan yang Maha Kuasa ini. Ya, apakah yang mistikal harus berarti bertemu dengan yang Maha Kuasa? Dalam tradisi agama-agama bisa ya, bisa enggak. Ya, misalnya Buddha itu kan tidak sampai ke di absolut itu enggak ya. Tapi dia memang menjadi mistikus untuk dirinya sendiri begitu. Kalau Kristiani dan Muslim ya iya. Semakin going deeper kan semakin ketemu Allah. Jadi ada unsur itu memang. Nah oke, itu saudara-saudara yang menjadi inspirasi penting dan juga review dari pertemuan hari ini yang panjang lebar gitu ya. Membicarakan identitas, besok pagi kita masih akan ketemu lagi jam 8, Bapak-Bapak ya, Bapak Panitia, untuk mendengarkan presentasi dari paper yang diterima. Ada 6, betul? 6, 5 onsite, 1 online. 4 onsite, 2 online. Ya, oke. Jadi itu yang minggu besok kita dengarkan. Semoga juga makin memperkaya lagi dan terima kasih untuk kehadiran Bapak, Ibu, Suster, Pastor, dan teman-teman semua. Sekian.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Stefanus Jonathan. Sebelum kita mengakhiri konferensi kita pada hari ini, kami persilahkan kepada Romo Armada apabila ada yang ingin disampaikan.
Terima kasih, hanya mau mengingatkan kalau nanti jam 5 itu ada pertemuan di antara kita, para pimpinan atau yang ditunjuk oleh pimpinan dari institusi-institusi lembaga AFTI. Saya tidak tahu nanti ruangannya di mana, tapi akan ditunjukkan. Selebihnya juga kawan-kawan yang ada di luar Bandung, Sumatera dan seterusnya itu masih bisa mengikuti online. Sementara dari mahasiswa kami mohon doanya gitu aja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Romo Armada. Akhirnya rangkaian acara International Conferences Reimagining Identity, the Particular and Beyond pada hari pertama telah selesai. Kena bacaan Injil. Ya, kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada AFTI, Unpar, Keuskupan Bandung, Keuskupan Bogor, dan juga dari PT Kanisius yang telah mendukung acara ini. Tapi sebelum kita mengakhiri juga ada beberapa pengumuman, tapi bagi yang disebutkan saja ya. Tambahan pengumuman, yang pertama, kami mengingatkan kepada seluruh panitia untuk melakukan tanda tangan di meja registrasi. Yang kedua, kemudian kepada panitia acara, moderator, dan presenter esok hari, mohon untuk tetap di dalam ruangan untuk briefing acara pada esok hari. Yang ketiga, kepada peserta non-mahasiswa yang ingin mendapatkan sertifikat, silahkan menghubungi panitia di meja registrasi. Apakah mengerti? Mengerti ya? Oke, cukup ya. Semoga dari tadi apa yang telah kita diskusikan dan kita bahas juga dalam konferensi ini menjadi hal yang baik dan dapat dipelajari, dan tentunya besok kita masih ada kegiatan di hari kedua. Jadi jangan lupa datang kembali ke Bumi Silih Asih pada pukul 8 pagi dengan pembicara yang tidak kalah serunya pasti ya. Dan satu lagi ada pengumuman, nanti kita ada boleh keluar sebentar, ada snack di depan. Jadi ya jangan buru-buru lah, kita makan dulu sebentar lah ya. Ada snack juga, nanti ada bakso juga, tapi harap bersabar karena sapinya masih di Garut ya. Jadi harap bersabar sebentar aja ya. Tenang aja. Aman aja. Oke? Baksonya masih di jalan, tenang. Tapi ya di sini dulu lah sebentar lah ya, refreshing dulu ya. Oke, terima kasih untuk kebersamaan kita hari ini. Mohon maaf apabila ada tindak tanduk atau kata-kata kami yang tidak berkenan. Saya Albert, mewakili panitia yang bertugas, pamit undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Terima kasih.